They found it buried in the wrong century. Not hidden in a myth. Not locked in a legend. But resting quietly in the ground, waiting for someone to realize that it should never have been there in the first place. Imagine holding an object in your hands, an object that, according to everything you were taught in school, could not possibly exist at that time. The materials are wrong. The precision is wrong. The knowledge required to create it is wrong. And yet, there it is. Solid. Real. Undeniable. Now imagine the feeling that follows. Not excitement. Not triumph. But unease. Because if this one object is real, then something about our understanding of the past is deeply, fundamentally broken. For most of our lives, we are told a comforting story about human history. A simple, linear story. We crawled out of caves. We learned to shape stone. Then metal. Then writing. Then cities. Then science. A steady climb upward, each generation smarter than the last, each century more advanced than the one before it. It's a story that makes sense. It feels safe. It tells us where we came from, and more importantly, it tells us that we are the peak of the journey. But what if that story is incomplete? What if progress wasn't a straight line, but a cycle? What if entire chapters of human achievement were erased, not metaphorically, but literally wiped from the record by time, catastrophe, or something far more uncomfortable? Across the world, in museums, private collections, excavation reports, and forgotten archives, there are objects that refuse to fit. They don't scream for attention. They don't announce themselves as impossible. They simply exist, quietly contradicting the timeline we trust. An ancient mechanism with interlocking gears so complex that similar machines wouldn't appear again for more than 1,000 years. Stone blocks cut with such precision that modern engineers still argue about how it was done. Maps that seem to show coastlines before they were officially discovered. Metallic alloys that imply an understanding of chemistry far beyond what ancient cultures were supposed to know. Each artifact on its own can be dismissed. A mistake. A coincidence. A misinterpretation. But together, they form a pattern. And patterns are dangerous. Because patterns suggest intention. Knowledge. Capability. They suggest that someone, somewhere in the distant past, knew far more than we are comfortable admitting. This is where the unease deepens. If ancient people were capable of creating technology we struggle to explain today, then the question is no longer, how did they do it? The question becomes, why don't we remember? History, as we learn it, is built on surviving evidence. And evidence is fragile. Wood rots. Metals corrode. Cities sink beneath oceans. Libraries burn. Earthquakes, floods, impacts from the sky, the planet itself has no obligation to preserve our achievements. Entire civilizations can vanish, leaving behind only stone, and a handful of objects that don't quite make sense. What if the ancient world wasn't primitive, but specialized? What if knowledge existed that didn't rely on factories, fossil fuels, or sprawling industrial systems, knowledge that could be incredibly advanced, yet leave very little trace once lost? This idea is unsettling because it challenges a deep assumption, that intelligence and technology always increase over time. That we are smarter than our ancestors simply because we are newer. But intelligence doesn't fossilize. Knowledge doesn't survive automatically. And progress is not guaranteed. Throughout history, we know of societies that collapsed and took their secrets with them. The Romans lost concrete recipes that could withstand seawater. The Greeks lost mechanical engineering traditions that took centuries to rediscover. The Library of Alexandria, whatever its true contents, symbolizes a terrifying truth: knowledge can disappear. Now stretch that loss back 10,000 years. Or 20. Or more. Suddenly, the artifacts that confuse archaeologists don't look like anomalies anymore. They look like survivors. Fragments. The last remaining fingerprints of a world that didn't make it. This is why these objects provoke such strong reactions. It's not just about stones or metal or machines. It's about identity. If the past was more advanced than we were taught, then modern civilization is not the triumphant endpoint of history, it's a reboot. And that realization comes with uncomfortable implications. Because if advanced societies existed before and fell, then progress alone does not save you. Technology alone does not protect you. Intelligence alone does not guarantee survival. Some researchers argue that these artifacts are misunderstood, misdated, or exaggerated. And sometimes, they're right. Skepticism is necessary. Not every mystery is a miracle. Not every strange object rewrites history. But here's the problem. Even after removing exaggerations, hoaxes, and speculation, a core group of artifacts remains, objects studied, scanned, tested, and verified, that still refuse to fit comfortably within the accepted narrative. And when institutions encounter such objects, something interesting happens. They don't always investigate deeper. Sometimes, they quietly set them aside. Not because of a grand conspiracy, but because challenging the foundation of a discipline is risky. Careers are built on established frameworks. Funding flows toward safe conclusions. Textbooks resist uncertainty. It is easier to explain away an anomaly than to ask what it might mean. So the anomalies accumulate. A strange mechanism here. An impossible cut there. A map that knows too much. A structure aligned too perfectly. A tool found in the wrong layer of earth. Each one whispering the same question: what if we are missing something enormous? What if ancient humans were not merely surviving, but experimenting? Observing the stars. Measuring the earth. Harnessing natural forces we are only beginning to understand again. What if science didn't begin in the modern era, but survived it? This isn't about claiming ancient people had smartphones or spaceships. That's a distraction. The real mystery is subtler, and far more interesting. It's about lost methods. Lost paradigms. Lost ways of understanding the world. Ways that didn't scale into industrial empires, but achieved results that still baffle us. And perhaps most unsettling of all, ways that vanished so completely that later civilizations assumed they never existed. As we move forward, you'll see these artifacts one by one. Not as isolated curiosities, but as pieces of a larger puzzle. A puzzle that challenges our confidence, humbles our certainty, and forces us to confront a possibility we rarely consider. That history is not settled. That the past is not done surprising us. And that beneath the neat timelines and comfortable explanations lies a deeper, stranger story, one that suggests humanity's true legacy is far older, far more complex, and far more fragile than we ever imagined. Because the most dangerous idea is not that ancient people were more advanced than we think. It's that they may have been advanced, and still lost everything. And if that's true, then these artifacts are not just mysteries. They are warnings. And they are waiting to be understood. For most of us, history has always been presented as a tidy, linear story. We were taught that humanity started in small, fragile bands of hunter-gatherers who slowly, painstakingly learned to shape stone tools, tame fire, and gradually build the foundations of civilization. Each era, each advancement, was a clear step forward. The Stone Age gave way to the Bronze Age, then to the Iron Age, then to empires and monumental architecture, culminating in the Age of Industry and modern science. The narrative is orderly, reassuring, and comforting. It suggests that knowledge accumulates, that progress is inevitable, and that humanity today is the pinnacle of a long, uninterrupted ascent. It is a story designed to make sense, a story that fits neatly on the pages of textbooks and in classrooms, and one that gives us a sense of control over our own history and destiny. Yet, when we examine the evidence more closely, cracks begin to appear in this orderly picture. Archaeologists and historians sometimes encounter findings that do not align with the expected timeline. Artifacts appear in layers of earth or strata that, according to conventional dating methods, should not contain them. Monuments, maps, and tools are found that suggest knowledge or skill levels far beyond what should have been possible at the time. At first, these anomalies are often dismissed, rationalized as errors, hoaxes, or coincidences. But the more anomalies accumulate, the harder it becomes to ignore them. Each one challenges the fundamental assumption that civilization developed gradually and predictably. Each one suggests that the story we have been told about human progress may be incomplete, oversimplified, or even deliberately curated to favor a certain narrative. Take, for example, ancient cities and structures that demonstrate levels of engineering and architectural sophistication that modern experts struggle to explain. Some sites show perfectly cut stone blocks, transported over immense distances and fitted together with astonishing precision. The techniques required to achieve such feats are not always evident in the archaeological record, and in some cases, there is no evidence that the tools supposedly available at the time could have accomplished such work. The very existence of these structures suggests that the builders possessed knowledge, skills, and perhaps even technologies that have been lost to history. And yet, these civilizations did not leave behind continuous chains of technological progress that lead directly to our modern era. Instead, they vanished, their knowledge scattered or erased, leaving behind tantalizing fragments that hint at a level of sophistication previously thought impossible. Similarly, when we examine ancient scientific knowledge, inconsistencies with the accepted timeline emerge. Take astronomy, for example. Many ancient cultures recorded complex observations of the stars, the movements of planets, and celestial events with remarkable accuracy. Some maps and texts indicate that they understood principles of planetary motion or the precession of the equinoxes long before modern science documented them. The precision of this knowledge raises uncomfortable questions. How could societies without telescopes, modern mathematics, or the scientific method achieve such understanding? The conventional answer is that these were lucky observations or accumulated folk knowledge, but the patterns are too consistent, too sophisticated, and too widespread for mere chance to explain. It suggests that advanced knowledge may have existed in antiquity, only to be fragmented and lost over time. The natural world itself preserves evidence of civilizations that existed long before we were told humans were capable of such achievements. Geological surveys, ancient maps, and even fossil records sometimes indicate human activity in eras that mainstream history does not recognize. Tools, carvings, and other artifacts are discovered in contexts that defy dating methods, forcing experts to question whether the timeline of human evolution and cultural development is truly as linear as we have been taught. These discoveries are not merely curiosities, they are contradictions that demand explanation. And yet, they are often relegated to the margins of research, cited in footnotes, or dismissed as anomalies, rather than prompting a wholesale re-evaluation of our understanding of the past. One of the most striking implications of these anomalies is that they suggest the existence of advanced societies that predated known civilizations. Unlike the slow, steady accumulation of knowledge described in conventional histories, these societies appear to have achieved remarkable feats and then disappeared, leaving only scattered clues behind. This possibility is deeply unsettling because it challenges the notion that human progress is a linear, cumulative process. It forces us to consider that civilizations may have risen and fallen before the histories we recognize, that knowledge may have been far more advanced in the distant past than we currently appreciate, and that much of it has been lost to time. It also introduces the idea that our understanding of technological and cultural development is incomplete, and that we may have vastly underestimated the capabilities of ancient humans. Furthermore, these contradictions reveal a tension between what is known and what is assumed. Modern science and history are built on evidence, but the absence of evidence is often interpreted as evidence of absence. In other words, because we have no surviving records of certain knowledge or technology, we assume it did not exist. Yet, the very anomalies that continue to surface challenge this assumption. They force us to acknowledge that absence of evidence does not necessarily equate to impossibility. Civilizations may have existed, achieved greatness, and then disappeared, leaving behind only fragments that are difficult to interpret or recognize. This tension between expectation and reality is at the heart of what makes the study of ancient anomalies so compelling and so disquieting. The more we examine these irregularities, the more we realize that history is not the simple story we have been taught. Instead, it is a patchwork of discoveries, interpretations, and assumptions, shaped as much by what has survived as by what has been lost. The artifacts, structures, and texts that remain are only part of a much larger picture, a picture that may include civilizations, knowledge, and technologies that we have yet to fully comprehend. Each discovery adds another layer of complexity, revealing a past that is far more intricate, mysterious, and challenging than the clean, linear narrative presented in textbooks. And the more we uncover, the more we must confront the unsettling possibility that we have only glimpsed a fraction of humanity's true history. Yet, even as these anomalies accumulate, mainstream education and popular understanding often resist change. Textbooks rarely incorporate these discoveries, and museums present them cautiously, if at all, framed in ways that minimize their disruptive potential. There is a cultural and institutional inertia that favors stability over uncertainty, safety over curiosity. This resistance is not necessarily malicious, it is a reflection of the difficulty in reinterpreting long-held assumptions and the risk inherent in questioning foundational narratives. But the result is that the broader public remains largely unaware of the evidence that challenges conventional history. For those who do encounter these anomalies, the effect is often profound, a mixture of awe, disbelief, and unease. Ultimately, the story that unfolds from examining these contradictions is not one of chaos or randomness, but of hidden complexity. It suggests that human history is far richer, far more enigmatic, and far less predictable than we have been taught. It invites us to question the assumptions we take for granted, to consider the possibility of lost knowledge and forgotten civilizations, and to embrace a view of the past that is dynamic, mysterious, and unresolved. The conventional narrative of steady progress is comforting, but it may also obscure truths that are essential to understanding where we come from and what we are capable of. The anomalies, the artifacts, and the contradictions are not mere curiosities, they are clues, pointing toward a past that is far stranger, far more advanced, and far more intriguing than we have ever been allowed to imagine. As we continue this journey, the challenge is not merely to catalog these discoveries, but to interpret them with open minds, to connect the dots that have long been ignored, and to explore what they reveal about the civilizations that created them. Each artifact, each structure, and each anomaly is a message from the past, a reminder that human history is not fixed, and that the story of our species is still being written, even as we uncover fragments of the chapters that came before. The question is no longer whether these discoveries are real or imagined, but what they mean for our understanding of humanity, our place in the world, and the true depth of our history. Out-of-place artifacts, or OOParts as they are often called, have a unique power to disturb the way we think about history. These are objects that appear in contexts where they should not exist, seemingly defying the chronological, technological, or cultural expectations assigned to their era. They are tools, machines, structures, or remnants that contradict the established timeline, and their very existence raises uncomfortable questions. To the casual observer, they may seem like curiosities, oddities to be admired or dismissed. But for those who study them closely, they represent an unspoken challenge to everything we believe about the past. The first shock of encountering an OOPart is a mixture of disbelief and fascination. Imagine finding a metal hammer embedded in a rock formation dated hundreds of millions of years old, or an intricate mechanism of gears hidden in a shipwreck thought to be ancient. The natural instinct is to question the validity of the finding, to search for explanations that align with conventional understanding. Scientists will examine the object, test its composition, and scrutinize the dating of the surrounding materials. Skepticism is not only healthy, it is essential. Yet, when these tests repeatedly confirm authenticity, the result is a profound cognitive dissonance. The object is real. The context is real. And the timeline, according to mainstream history, simply cannot account for its existence. The power of these artifacts lies in their ability to disrupt our expectations. They challenge the notion that human history is a smooth progression from simple to complex. If an advanced tool, a precise mechanism, or a sophisticated piece of engineering appears thousands of years before similar technology should have existed, it forces historians and archaeologists to reconsider the narrative. Were these societies more advanced than we give them credit for? Did knowledge emerge, disappear, and then re-emerge across millennia? And most unnervingly, what other evidence might lie undiscovered, waiting to further destabilize the story we thought we knew? Some of the most famous OOPRs are objects of astonishing sophistication. The Antikythera mechanism, for instance, is a complex gear-driven device capable of predicting astronomical events decades in advance, yet it predates other known machines of similar complexity by more than a millennium. Its very existence suggests that the Greeks, or whoever designed it, possessed knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and mechanical engineering far beyond what the rest of the world could achieve at that time. Yet, despite its brilliance, similar devices do not appear again for centuries, as though the knowledge was lost, forgotten, or deliberately suppressed. This pattern of sudden technological brilliance followed by disappearance is repeated in many OOPRs. Advanced knowledge exists briefly, leaving behind tantalizing hints before vanishing into obscurity. What makes these artifacts especially compelling is their variety and distribution. They are not limited to a single culture or region, rather, they appear across the globe, in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, South America, and beyond. Some are simple tools whose design seems impossibly sophisticated for their era. Others are massive constructions, like precisely cut stone blocks forming walls or monuments that would challenge modern engineers. Still others are enigmatic devices, intricately designed with functionality that remains partially mysterious even today. Their global distribution suggests that advanced knowledge was not isolated, it hints at a network of understanding that may have spanned continents, cultures, and generations, yet one that mainstream history has largely ignored. This tendency to ignore or minimize anomalies is not new. Scholars, museums, and academic institutions often approach these artifacts cautiously. OOPRs challenge authority, and challenging authority is risky. Researchers may fear professional ridicule or loss of credibility if they pursue explanations that contradict the accepted historical narrative. Funding and publication opportunities favor conformity, rewarding studies that reinforce existing frameworks rather than questioning them. In many cases, this creates a culture of silence, where anomalies are noted but not explored in depth. The objects exist, but their implications are minimized, leaving the public largely unaware of the profound questions they raise. Despite this resistance, the evidence continues to accumulate. Take, for example, precise metal objects discovered in locations and contexts that defy explanation. Alloys that require knowledge of metallurgy far beyond what should have been available, tools that exhibit tolerances impossible to achieve with known techniques of the period, or intricate carvings that seem to have been produced with machinery that did not exist. These objects are not isolated, patterns emerge when examined collectively. They suggest not just isolated brilliance but systematic knowledge, methods that allowed ancient societies to manipulate materials, geometry, and mechanics in ways that challenge conventional understanding. The implications of OOPRs extend beyond academic curiosity. They force us to reconsider the very nature of human development. If technology and knowledge can appear, flourish briefly, and then vanish, it implies that civilization is not a continuous, linear progression. It suggests that human capability has always been far more flexible, inventive, and fragile than we tend to acknowledge. Perhaps intelligence is not enough, perhaps survival, memory, and continuity are equally crucial in determining whether knowledge persists or disappears. Ancient societies may have achieved remarkable feats and then lost them, leaving behind tantalizing glimpses that hint at a more complex past. Moreover, OOPRs challenge the assumption that modern humans are uniquely advanced. They remind us that the past may have been more technologically diverse than we recognize, that ideas, methods, and innovations could appear and vanish without leaving a continuous chain of evidence. In this sense, OOPRs are not just anomalies, they are warnings. They suggest that the rise and fall of civilizations is not necessarily governed by intelligence alone but by a combination of circumstances, resources, and perhaps even unforeseen catastrophes. The patterns they reveal are not merely about what ancient people were capable of creating, but about what they were capable of losing. As we examine these artifacts, we must also confront the human tendency to impose order on chaos. We want neat timelines, clear cause and effect relationships, and predictable progress. But the past may not be so tidy. It may be fragmented, uneven, and filled with gaps that make comprehension difficult. OOPArts force us to live with uncertainty, to accept that our current understanding may be provisional, incomplete, or misleading. They demand intellectual humility and a willingness to explore possibilities that stretch the boundaries of conventional thought. The fascination with out-of-place artifacts is not just academic. There is an emotional and psychological dimension to them. They inspire wonder, fear, and curiosity simultaneously. They provoke a sense of awe at the ingenuity of those who created them and discomfort at the realization that their achievements challenge our assumptions about human history. Each artifact is a puzzle, a riddle from the past, offering clues but withholding answers. The tension between knowledge and mystery creates a powerful engagement, drawing us into a narrative that is as much about human imagination and resilience as it is about the objects themselves. Ultimately, out-of-place artifacts are more than mere anomalies. They are evidence of a deeper story, a story that may reveal lost civilizations, forgotten knowledge, and hidden chapters of human history. They remind us that the past is not fully written and that our understanding is limited by what has survived and what has been recognized. They challenge authority, provoke debate, and inspire exploration. Most importantly, they force us to ask questions that we cannot easily answer. How advanced were our ancestors? What knowledge did they possess that we no longer understand? And what might remain buried, waiting to reshape the story of humanity once again? In the sands near Baghdad, a discovery was made that would quietly unsettle everything historians believed about ancient technology. Archaeologists and enthusiasts alike have long debated the significance of a seemingly ordinary object, a clay jar, roughly cylindrical in shape, containing a metal rod and encased in bitumen. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a curiosity, perhaps a rudimentary storage vessel. Yet, when examined carefully, it revealed a function that could only be described as extraordinary. The artifact, now commonly referred to as the Baghdad battery, has been the subject of intense speculation because its design closely resembles a galvanic cell, a primitive battery capable of producing a small electrical current. This revelation, if accurate, suggests that people in Mesopotamia more than 2,000 years ago may have had knowledge of electricity long before it is commonly believed to have been discovered. The first question that arises when encountering the Baghdad battery is practical: what could it have been used for? Some researchers propose that the device was used for electroplating, applying thin layers of metal to objects to create decorative finishes. Experimental reconstructions have demonstrated that, when filled with acidic or alkaline liquids, similar jars can produce enough voltage to electroplate small items with copper or gold. This implies not only a theoretical understanding of electricity but also a practical application that could manipulate materials at the molecular level. If correct, it suggests that the ancient Mesopotamians may have experimented with technologies that modern historians assume were impossible before the 19th century. The implications are profound, challenging the narrative that electricity is a purely modern phenomenon discovered and harnessed in the industrial era. Yet, the mystery deepens when we consider the cultural and technological context of the region. The Mesopotamian civilization is renowned for its advances in writing, law, agriculture, and astronomy, but there is little direct evidence of electrical experimentation in their surviving texts. How, then, did knowledge of electrical principles manifest in the form of these jars? Were they isolated inventions, the product of an inspired craftsman, or part of a broader, now lost understanding of natural forces? The lack of accompanying documentation adds an unsettling ambiguity. We have the evidence of the artifact itself, yet almost nothing to explain why it was created or how it was used. This tension between physical reality and historical record is a recurring theme in the study of ancient anomalies. Artifacts often speak louder than texts, yet they leave historians scrambling to reconcile them with the accepted timeline. The design of the Baghdad battery itself is deceptively simple, yet its construction demonstrates careful consideration and a surprising grasp of electrical principles. The clay jar is well formed, with a tight seal to contain liquid. Inside rests a copper cylinder, carefully shaped and insulated from a central iron rod with bitumen, preventing direct contact between the metals. When filled with a conductive liquid such as vinegar or lemon juice, the combination of metals and electrolyte creates an electrochemical reaction capable of generating a small but measurable electrical charge. Reproductions have successfully generated around 1 volt per jar, enough to produce electroplating in series or perform other simple electrical tasks. While the voltage is modest, the principle is astonishing. It reflects knowledge not only of materials but also of cause-and-effect processes that underpin modern chemistry and physics, long before these sciences were formally established. The controversy surrounding the Baghdad battery is not simply technical, it is philosophical. Conventional historians are reluctant to accept that ancient peoples could have developed technologies that seem to predate modern discovery by millennia. Skeptics argue that the jars could have been used for mundane purposes, storing scrolls, holding sacred oils, or serving as ritual objects with no electrical function. While these interpretations are plausible, they fail to account for the precise arrangement of the metals and the insulating properties of the bitumen. The artifact's construction is not random, it exhibits deliberate engineering choices that suggest functional intent. When experimental reconstructions produce electrical effects, it is difficult to dismiss the possibility that the creators understood, at least in practice, the principles of galvanic reaction. The implications of the Baghdad battery extend beyond the artifact itself. If Mesopotamians possessed knowledge of electricity, it raises questions about the broader scope of ancient science. Were other applications of electrical principles in use that left no trace? Could there have been a rudimentary understanding of energy, magnetism, or chemistry that informed construction, metallurgy, or artistic techniques? The artifact becomes a window into a world where science may have been practiced in ways that leave little evidence, challenging our assumptions about technological linearity. It forces a reconsideration of the notion that ancient civilizations were limited to simple tools and mechanical ingenuity. Instead, we are confronted with the possibility that they may have experimented with forces of nature that we associate with modern laboratories. The debate over the Baghdad battery also highlights the human tendency to underestimate the past. Modern science has often assumed that knowledge can only progress forward, that discovery is cumulative, and that previous generations lacked the intellectual capacity for advanced technology. Yet artifacts like this battery suggest that ingenuity and experimentation are not solely products of our era. Ancient civilizations may have explored principles that were temporarily forgotten or deliberately abandoned due to cultural, practical, or environmental factors. The rediscovery of such knowledge in the modern age challenges our understanding of history and our place within a continuum of human innovation. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable idea that progress is neither linear nor guaranteed, and that technological sophistication can appear, disappear, and re-emerge across millennia. Moreover, the Baghdad battery serves as a reminder of the fragility of human knowledge. The absence of written explanations, instruction manuals, or widespread replication indicates that even if electrical technology existed, it did not persist. Whether due to loss of expertise, societal collapse, or changing priorities, the knowledge required to produce and utilize these devices seems to have vanished. This pattern of sudden invention followed by disappearance is echoed in other out-of-place artifacts and ancient technologies. It underscores a key insight: the survival of knowledge is not automatic. Civilizations may reach remarkable levels of sophistication, only to leave behind tantalizing fragments that hint at capabilities now lost to time. The battery is a symbol of human potential, both realized and abandoned, and a reminder that the past may hold far more surprises than our textbooks suggest. In studying the Baghdad battery, one cannot ignore the broader implications for our understanding of history and science. The artifact invites us to question the assumptions underpinning our chronology, to consider the possibility that technological experimentation may have occurred far earlier than documented. It challenges us to rethink the relationship between ancient civilizations and the natural world, and to explore the extent to which they understood and manipulated forces we associate with modern physics. Most importantly, it reminds us that the past is not a static record but a dynamic, complex landscape filled with discoveries waiting to be interpreted. The battery is not merely an object, it is a portal to a past that is richer, stranger, and more technologically capable than we are accustomed to imagining, and it compels us to reconsider what we believe about human ingenuity, continuity, and the enduring mysteries of our ancient world. Across the ancient world, from the temples of Egypt to the remote ruins of South America, one striking pattern emerges, a level of precision and craftsmanship that defies explanation when viewed through the lens of conventional history. Stones are cut so perfectly that the gaps between them are often less than a fraction of a millimeter, surfaces are polished to a mirror-like sheen, and joints fit together with a precision that modern tools would envy. In many cases, these feats were achieved without the use of metal tools capable of the tolerances required, let alone powered machinery. The phenomenon raises profound questions. How could societies without electricity, steel, or computers achieve such exacting results, and what does this reveal about their understanding of materials, geometry, and construction techniques? Consider, for instance, the structures at Pumapunku in Bolivia. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, are not only transported from distant quarries but are also cut with intricate interlocking designs that allow them to fit together seamlessly. The cuts are sharp, straight, and uniform, with angles so precise that modern laser-guided equipment is typically required to replicate them. The stones display evidence of techniques that seem almost surgical in their precision, channels, grooves, and indentations carved with consistent spacing and depth, suggesting that the builders had a sophisticated understanding of the properties of stone and the tools necessary to manipulate it. The uniformity and complexity of these cuts are difficult to reconcile with the simple tools traditionally attributed to the culture, prompting experts and enthusiasts alike to question whether conventional explanations suffice. This theme of astonishing precision is not limited to South America. In Egypt, the construction of temples, pyramids, and massive obelisks demonstrates similarly advanced craftsmanship. Granite blocks were quarried, transported over long distances, and shaped with a level of uniformity and smoothness that would challenge modern stonecutters. Some blocks weigh tens of tons and exhibit drill holes and channels that suggest the use of tools capable of extraordinary accuracy. The precision achieved in these monuments is particularly remarkable given the limitations of the tools believed to be available at the time, such as copper chisels and stone hammers. The results are not merely functional, they reflect an understanding of engineering principles, load distribution, and aesthetics that is sophisticated and, in some ways, mysterious. The methods employed to achieve such precision remain subjects of debate and speculation. Some scholars propose that techniques such as abrasion using harder stones or sand, levering systems, and carefully designed ramps could account for the results. Others argue that while these methods may explain some aspects, they fall short when confronted with the tight tolerances and complex angles observed in many structures. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate these techniques, often demonstrating that the processes are slow, labor-intensive, and prone to error. The success of ancient builders, in comparison, appears almost improbable. The question arises whether lost methods, specialized tools, or knowledge that has since disappeared were responsible for the results, or whether our assumptions about what ancient humans were capable of achieving need to be fundamentally re-evaluated. The significance of precision extends beyond aesthetics or engineering. It also suggests a cognitive and cultural sophistication that is often underappreciated. The ability to plan, measure, and execute constructions with such meticulous care implies not only technical skill but also an understanding of mathematics, geometry, and spatial reasoning. These are not skills developed in isolation, they require a tradition of knowledge, instruction, and refinement over generations. The precision observed in stonework, metal artifacts, and architectural alignments reflects a deliberate effort to achieve consistency, stability, and visual harmony, indicating that ancient societies may have possessed intellectual capabilities that rival or even surpass our assumptions about pre-industrial cultures. Moreover, precision often appears in contexts that suggest symbolic or astronomical significance. Temples and monuments are frequently aligned with celestial bodies, solstices, equinoxes, or planetary events, indicating that measurements were not merely practical but also imbued with meaning. The integration of technical precision with cosmological understanding points to a worldview in which science, art, and spirituality were interconnected. Builders were not simply constructing shelters or tombs, they were creating works that required an advanced understanding of both the physical world and the cosmos. Such sophistication implies a level of societal organization, shared knowledge, and purpose that challenges the traditional narrative of slow, incremental progress in human history. This phenomenon is not isolated to the obvious examples of monumental architecture. Even smaller artifacts, such as tools, jewelry, and mechanical devices, display a level of craftsmanship that suggests an intimate knowledge of materials and techniques. Metal objects exhibit uniformity in shape, precise joining methods, and finishes that indicate careful control of heat and chemical reactions. Pottery, glasswork, and other material arts demonstrate consistency, durability, and aesthetic refinement that imply rigorous standards of production. Taken together, these examples paint a picture of ancient societies as highly skilled, technically sophisticated, and capable of achieving results that are astonishing even by modern standards. The existence of such precision also forces us to confront the broader implications for our understanding of technology and knowledge transmission. If these civilizations were capable of creating artifacts and structures of such exacting quality, why did these techniques disappear? Why was the knowledge not preserved, refined, and built upon in subsequent centuries? The pattern of sudden brilliance followed by apparent loss recurs in multiple contexts across the ancient world, suggesting that history may be punctuated by periods of remarkable achievement that vanish due to cultural, environmental, or societal disruption. It also implies that our conventional understanding of linear technological progress is incomplete, and that sophistication is not always cumulative or permanent. Furthermore, the visual and tactile impact of precision cannot be underestimated. Standing before a perfectly fitted stone wall or examining a finely crafted metal artifact evokes a sense of awe, humility, and even unease. The realization that humans of the distant past could achieve such results with limited tools and resources challenges the assumptions we make about intelligence, ingenuity, and the capabilities of our ancestors. It creates a tension between admiration and disbelief, a recognition that our understanding of history may be provisional and that the past contains mysteries we are only beginning to comprehend. In studying these examples, one begins to see a consistent theme. Ancient peoples may have possessed specialized knowledge that allowed them to manipulate materials and forms in ways that are largely lost today. Whether through trial and error, observation of natural phenomena, or techniques that have not survived in written or oral tradition, the evidence points to a level of technical sophistication that modern science often struggles to explain. The precision observed in ancient artifacts and structures is not merely incidental, it is a signature of intention, skill, and knowledge. It is a silent testimony to human capability that challenges assumptions about the trajectory of technological and cultural development. Ultimately, the phenomenon of ancient precision forces us to reconsider the narrative of human history. It suggests that skill, intelligence, and ingenuity existed long before the modern era, that knowledge could flourish and then vanish, and that our ancestors were capable of accomplishments that still inspire wonder today. It is a reminder that human history is more complex, more nuanced, and far less linear than we often imagine. The precise stone, the perfectly aligned monument, the finely crafted artifact, each is a message from the past, a testament to the capabilities of civilizations that we may never fully understand. And as we explore these achievements, we are compelled to ask not only how they were done, but why, and what other lost knowledge may still await discovery, hidden in the shadows of time and waiting for those willing to look beyond conventional boundaries. Off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, more than a century ago, sponge divers stumbled upon a shipwreck that would quietly revolutionize our understanding of ancient technology. Among the treasures and amphorae, they discovered a corroded, bronze object covered in calcified deposits. At first it was dismissed as a curiosity, perhaps a broken mechanism or decorative artifact. Yet, when cleaned and examined by experts, the object revealed a complexity that defied belief. It was an intricate assembly of interlocking gears, wheels, and dials, arranged in a manner that suggested deliberate mechanical design. This device, later called the Antikythera mechanism, is often referred to as the world's first analog computer, and its sophistication is astonishing given that it dates from between 150 and 100 BCE, a time when such engineering was thought impossible. The Antikythera mechanism consists of at least 30 distinct bronze gears, each with teeth precisely cut to interlock with the others. The gears are mounted on a wooden frame, originally encased in a protective housing, and connected to dials marked with astronomical symbols and calendar notations. By turning a hand crank, the mechanism could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and possibly the planets, as well as the timing of eclipses. It is an achievement that, by all conventional accounts, should not have existed until more than a millennium later, when similar mechanical devices appear in medieval Europe. The level of craftsmanship, precision, and mathematical understanding necessary to construct such a machine is staggering, and yet it was accomplished in a society that, according to historical records, had no comparable technological culture. What makes the Antikythera mechanism particularly remarkable is not only its function but also the sophistication of the mathematics underlying its design. The gear ratios correspond to astronomical cycles with astonishing accuracy, including the Metonic cycle of 19 years and the Saros cycle of eclipses, which repeats roughly every 18 years. The creators of the device had to understand these cycles intimately, calculate the ratios necessary to represent them mechanically, and then translate abstract numerical relationships into tangible physical components. This is not the work of casual observation, it is the work of engineers, mathematicians, and astronomers collaborating to transform knowledge into a functional instrument. The precision of the gears, with teeth shaped and spaced to maintain consistent movement over long periods, indicates a level of technical skill that would not be seen again for centuries. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism challenges assumptions about the timeline of technological development. Until its study, historians believed that complex geared machinery did not exist in antiquity. Greek engineering was acknowledged for feats like arches, aqueducts, and simple automata, but nothing approached the intricacy of this device. The sudden appearance of such technology, followed by its apparent disappearance, raises troubling questions. Why was such knowledge not preserved or widely disseminated? How could such mechanical sophistication vanish without leaving a continuous tradition or written instructions? The mechanism stands as a silent testimony to a capability that seems to have been lost, hinting at a broader understanding of mechanics, astronomy, and mathematics that may have existed in antiquity but vanished due to cultural, political, or economic upheaval. The implications of the Antikythera mechanism extend beyond the device itself. It suggests that the ancient Greeks, or whoever designed it, possessed knowledge of mechanical engineering, astronomy, and mathematics far in advance of what historical records indicate. This challenges the idea that technological and scientific development is a straightforward, cumulative process. Instead, it points to the possibility of bursts of innovation followed by loss, periods when knowledge reaches remarkable heights only to be fragmented, forgotten, or suppressed. It also encourages reconsideration of other artifacts from antiquity that may hint at technical sophistication, from precise stonework to metalworking techniques, suggesting that the Antikythera mechanism may not be an isolated example but part of a broader pattern of advanced ancient knowledge. The process of understanding the mechanism has itself been a long and painstaking journey. The corroded fragments were initially difficult to interpret, with their complexity hidden beneath layers of concretion. Only with advances in imaging technology, including X-ray tomography and 3D reconstruction, could researchers begin to visualize the interlocking gears and reconstruct their function. These studies revealed not only the mechanical intricacy of the device but also inscriptions that describe astronomical cycles, zodiac signs, and calendrical events. The combination of textual information and mechanical representation demonstrates a remarkable integration of abstract knowledge and practical application. It is as if the creators understood both theory and practice at a level that is strikingly modern in its approach. The Antikythera mechanism also challenges assumptions about the spread of technology in the ancient world. There is no direct evidence of similar devices elsewhere, suggesting that this knowledge may have been highly specialized, confined to a small group of artisans, scholars, or astronomers. Its disappearance raises questions about how knowledge was transmitted, preserved, or lost in ancient societies. The mechanism implies that highly advanced engineering was possible in a world without industrial machinery, mass production, or standardized tools. It forces a re-evaluation of what ancient technology truly means, suggesting that ingenuity, precision, and understanding can exist independently of the broader context we often associate with technological sophistication. The cultural and philosophical implications are equally profound. The device embodies a worldview in which observation, calculation, and prediction are central to human understanding of the cosmos. It reflects a desire to measure, to anticipate, and to connect human experience with celestial cycles. In doing so, it challenges the stereotype of ancient societies as primarily concerned with survival or ritual, revealing a dimension of intellectual ambition and curiosity that resonates with modern scientific inquiry. The mechanism is not merely a tool, it is a window into the minds of its creators, revealing a culture capable of abstract thought, precision craftsmanship, and a sophisticated relationship with the natural world. In the broader context of out-of-place artifacts and ancient mysteries, the Antikythera mechanism occupies a unique position. It is tangible, well-studied, and scientifically verified, yet it continues to astonish experts. Its complexity forces a reconsideration of assumptions about the past, technology, and human ingenuity. It reminds us that knowledge can exist in concentrated, exceptional forms and still vanish without a trace. It underscores the fragility of human achievement and the possibility that our understanding of history is incomplete, shaped not only by what survives but by what has been lost. The mechanism stands as both a marvel and a warning, a demonstration of what humans are capable of, and a reminder that even extraordinary knowledge can disappear, leaving only fragments that challenge, inspire, and unsettle us. Ultimately, the Antikythera mechanism is more than an ancient device, it is a testament to the ingenuity and vision of a civilization capable of thinking far beyond what we often credit to the ancient world. It is a symbol of the mysteries that remain hidden in the archaeological record, a challenge to the linear narrative of technological progress, and a spark for curiosity about what other achievements may have existed, only to be lost to time. In studying it, we confront not only the capabilities of the past but the limits of our own assumptions, and we are reminded that history is far stranger, more complex, and more astonishing than we have ever been taught to believe. Throughout history, the sudden appearance of advanced knowledge and technology, followed by its apparent disappearance, has led some scholars and enthusiasts to propose a provocative idea: perhaps the achievements we uncover were inherited rather than independently invented. This notion challenges the conventional understanding of human progress as a linear sequence, where each generation builds incrementally upon the discoveries of the last. Instead, it suggests that advanced knowledge may have existed long before recorded history, that civilizations may have attained remarkable levels of sophistication, and that fragments of their understanding were preserved, transmitted, and sometimes rediscovered by later societies. If true, this perspective forces a radical reconsideration of how history is structured, the reliability of the historical record, and the scope of human ingenuity across the millennia. Consider the implications of inherited knowledge. In this view, an object or technique appearing suddenly in the archaeological record is not necessarily the product of contemporary innovation but may represent the vestiges of an older, more advanced culture. The Antikythera mechanism, for instance, might not reflect a sudden leap of Greek ingenuity but could be the culmination of an engineering tradition whose origins predate Greek civilization. Similarly, precisely cut megaliths, advanced metallurgical artifacts, and ancient maps depicting coastlines unknown to their purported creators might all represent knowledge passed down, fragmentarily and selectively, from an earlier era. The discontinuities in a historical record, the sudden emergence of sophisticated tools, mathematics, or architectural methods, take on new meaning when interpreted as evidence of inheritance rather than invention. This concept also raises questions about the mechanisms through which such knowledge might have been transmitted. Oral traditions, apprenticeships, religious institutions, and secret guilds could have served as channels, preserving techniques and insights that were not widely documented. Written records, when they survive, may offer only glimpses of a larger body of understanding, often couched in symbolic or metaphorical language that obscures practical knowledge. In some cases, knowledge may have been deliberately encoded in myths, rituals, or architectural symbolism, preserving information in forms that could survive centuries of upheaval. From this perspective, the myths and legends of ancient cultures may be more than mere stories, they may be cryptic repositories of technical knowledge, awaiting interpretation by those attuned to their hidden language. The notion of inherited knowledge is further complicated by the repeated pattern of loss and rediscovery evident in the archaeological record. There are numerous instances in history where advanced techniques appear, flourish briefly, and then vanish, only to be rediscovered centuries later. The Roman concrete recipe, capable of creating structures that have survived millennia in harsh marine environments, was lost and not fully understood again until modern analysis. Greek and Roman automata, mechanical devices capable of performing complex movements, were rediscovered and reinvented in later centuries. These examples illustrate that knowledge is fragile. It depends not only on the brilliance of individuals but also on the continuity of culture, institutions, and transmission. A society may achieve technological brilliance, yet if its infrastructure collapses, its records are destroyed, or its traditions are interrupted, even profound understanding can vanish entirely. Inherited knowledge also offers a potential explanation for the global distribution of out-of-place artifacts and sophisticated constructions. Similar techniques and forms appear across continents, often without apparent contact between the civilizations that produced them. For example, precision-cut stones appear in South America, Egypt, and South Asia. Intricate astronomical observations are encoded in the structures of Mesoamerica, Greece, and Egypt, and metallurgical methods of surprising complexity are evident in cultures separated by thousands of miles and years. While independent invention is possible, the consistency and sophistication of these achievements raise the possibility of a shared ancestral knowledge, transmitted over vast distances and generations, fragmenting over time but leaving discernible traces in multiple regions. The implications of inherited knowledge extend beyond archaeology and engineering into our understanding of human cognition and cultural development. If civilizations of the distant past possessed knowledge that later generations only partially understood or misinterpreted, then intelligence and ingenuity are not solely products of linear progression. They can emerge, peak, and then decline, leaving sporadic evidence that challenges assumptions about historical inevitability. This perspective also emphasizes the role of memory, adaptation, and cultural resilience. Societies may retain fragments of knowledge that enable reconstruction or innovation under new circumstances, suggesting that human creativity is not strictly tied to contemporary technology but can draw upon inherited intellectual capital in surprising ways. Yet, the theory of inherited knowledge raises difficult questions about the nature of historical evidence and the interpretation of artifacts. How can we distinguish between independent invention and the remnants of a lost tradition? What criteria allow us to identify a preserved technique versus a coincidence or a misinterpretation? These questions are particularly challenging when the archaeological record is incomplete, fragmented, or ambiguous, as it often is. Artifacts, monuments, and texts may provide only partial insight, leaving scholars to interpret patterns and make inferences that can never be fully confirmed. This uncertainty is unsettling because it undermines the sense of continuity and control that conventional history provides, replacing it with a vision of the past that is dynamic, unpredictable, and, at times, mysterious. The notion of inherited knowledge also challenges the conventional metrics by which we measure civilization and technological advancement. Modern assumptions equate progress with continuity, documentation, and widespread dissemination of techniques. In contrast, inherited knowledge suggests that brilliance can exist in isolation, concentrated within select groups or regions, and still influence subsequent developments indirectly. A society's achievements may leave only scattered artifacts, fragments of texts, or encoded knowledge embedded in ritual or art. The lack of continuous documentation does not necessarily indicate a lack of sophistication, it may reflect the fragility of cultural memory, the selective preservation of information, or the impact of catastrophes that disrupt transmission. In this sense, history is less a smooth trajectory than a mosaic, with each piece offering insight into a far more complex and nuanced human story. The idea that knowledge can be inherited also invites us to reconsider the purpose and meaning of certain ancient artifacts. Devices like the Antikythera mechanism, architectural marvels like the pyramids, and precisely engineered tools may not be anomalies in isolation but components of a broader system of knowledge. Their design, functionality, and sophistication suggest intentionality, understanding, and perhaps even a philosophical or cosmological framework within which they were created. Viewed as fragments of a larger, inherited tradition, these objects take on new significance. They are not merely technical curiosities but evidence of a sustained, though partially lost, intellectual legacy. They hint at a civilization, or civilizations, capable of remarkable insight, foresight, and innovation, much of which has been obscured by time, neglect, or deliberate suppression. Ultimately, the concept of inherited knowledge forces a reconsideration of human history itself. It challenges the assumption that technological and intellectual progress is a straightforward, cumulative process. It suggests that brilliance can emerge, flourish, and then disappear, leaving behind fragments that hint at a forgotten world. It also highlights the fragility of knowledge and the importance of cultural continuity, documentation, and transmission. If ancient civilizations possessed understanding that later generations only partially recovered, then the artifacts and monuments we study are not isolated anomalies but clues to a far richer and more complex narrative. They invite us to explore the possibility that our ancestors achieved heights of sophistication we have only begun to imagine and that the legacy of their knowledge may still echo in ways we are only beginning to recognize. In confronting this possibility, we are compelled to rethink the boundaries of history, archaeology, and anthropology. Inherited knowledge implies that the story of humanity is not complete, that our assumptions about ancient capability are limited, and that the past may hold surprises that challenge our deepest beliefs. It invites us to question linear models of progress, to explore connections across cultures and eras, and to recognize that civilization may have experienced cycles of advancement, loss, and rediscovery. By considering the possibility of inherited knowledge, we open the door to a vision of human history that is far more intricate, mysterious, and astonishing than conventional narratives allow. The past, in this light, is not static or fully known, it is a landscape of discovery, waiting to reveal the hidden depths of human ingenuity and the forgotten legacies that have shaped the world we inherit today. Deep within the deserts of Egypt, far from the bustling cities and modern highways, stand monuments whose scale and precision continue to baffle architects, engineers, and historians alike. The Great Pyramid of Giza, with its immense stones and exacting alignment, is perhaps the most famous example, but it is far from the only one. Across the Nile Valley, temples, obelisks, and tombs showcase an extraordinary command of materials, geometry, and engineering. The stones themselves are massive, some weighing dozens of tons, yet they are fitted together so tightly that even a razor blade cannot slip between them. Every corner, every angle, every surface reflects an understanding of precision, alignment, and structural integrity that seems, at first glance, incompatible with the tools and methods historically attributed to the ancient Egyptians. The construction of these monuments raises a series of profound questions. How were massive stones quarried and transported over great distances without modern machinery? How were they shaped with such accuracy using copper tools and stone implements, when even today such precision requires advanced machinery? How did the builders achieve alignment with astronomical phenomena so accurately that the Great Pyramid aligns almost perfectly with true north? These questions have confounded generations of scholars, and the answers remain elusive, prompting speculation that ancient civilizations may have possessed techniques and knowledge that have been lost to time. The challenge lies not only in the logistics of moving and shaping enormous stones but also in the intellectual and mathematical sophistication required to plan and execute projects on such a monumental scale. Beyond the physical challenges, there is also the issue of design and purpose. The monuments of ancient Egypt were not mere shelters or tombs, they were complex structures imbued with religious, astronomical, and cultural significance. The pyramids, for example, are aligned not only with cardinal directions but also with specific stars, suggesting a deep understanding of celestial mechanics. Temples and obelisks often incorporate mathematical ratios and proportions that reflect symbolic and practical knowledge. The precision evident in these constructions implies careful planning, advanced surveying techniques, and a cultural emphasis on accuracy that transcends mere utility. In other words, the builders were not simply moving stones, they were encoding knowledge, cosmology, and ritual into their creations. The techniques employed to achieve this precision continue to be debated. Traditional explanations often cite labor-intensive methods, such as levering, rolling stones on logs, using sand as a leveler, or employing ramps of various designs. While these techniques are plausible, they do not fully account for the fine tolerances observed in the joints, the exacting angles, or the ability to transport stones with remarkable control over alignment and placement. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate these methods, often with partial success, but the results underscore just how extraordinary the achievements of ancient Egyptian engineers were. The combination of brute force, ingenuity, and meticulous planning is impressive, yet it leaves open the possibility that additional, now lost techniques were involved. The precision of Egyptian monuments is not limited to engineering alone, it extends to materials science and metallurgy. Stones were not only quarried but also shaped, polished, and joined with techniques that suggest an intimate understanding of their physical properties. Granite, a notoriously hard stone, was cut, drilled, and smoothed with a level of accuracy that challenges modern expectations. Some tombs and temples feature perfectly aligned granite beams and columns, despite the absence of steel or powered tools. Similarly, metal artifacts, tools, and ceremonial objects demonstrate advanced alloying techniques and precision casting. These examples collectively suggest that Egyptian civilization had developed a sophisticated toolkit of knowledge, combining practical skill with theoretical understanding in ways that remain impressive even today. The astronomical and symbolic aspects of these constructions further amplify the mystery. Many monuments exhibit alignments with solstices, equinoxes, and specific celestial bodies, indicating that the builders were not only skilled in mathematics and engineering but also deeply observant of the natural world. This integration of astronomy and architecture implies a worldview in which precision is not merely practical but also sacred. The timing, orientation, and proportions of the structures were carefully chosen to correspond with cosmic cycles, rituals, and cultural beliefs. Such alignment requires sophisticated measurement techniques, observational skills, and the ability to translate abstract knowledge into physical construction, a feat that underscores the intellectual sophistication of the society responsible. Another aspect of Egyptian precision lies in the endurance of their constructions. The pyramids and temples have survived millennia of weather, erosion, and human activity, maintaining structural integrity that continues to impress engineers today. The choice of materials, construction methods, and design principles reflects not only aesthetic and symbolic considerations but also practical understanding of stress, weight distribution, and durability. These structures were designed to last, and their longevity serves as a testament to the technical expertise and foresight of their builders. Modern reconstructions often struggle to achieve similar durability, even with advanced materials and machinery, highlighting the gap between assumed technological capability and actual historical achievement. The implications of this precision extend beyond ancient Egypt itself. When compared to other advanced constructions around the world, including megalithic sites in South America, stone circles in Europe, and temples in Asia, a pattern emerges. Civilizations separated by vast distances and centuries appear to have developed remarkably similar levels of skill, precision, and understanding. While independent invention is possible, the consistency of advanced techniques and architectural sophistication challenges conventional explanations. It raises questions about whether these civilizations shared knowledge, were influenced by a common source, or independently achieved levels of precision that surpass what historians typically expect. In any case, the Egyptian examples stand as some of the most striking demonstrations of human capability, and they form a central piece of the broader puzzle of advanced ancient knowledge. Ultimately, the precision of ancient Egyptian monuments forces a re-evaluation of what is possible within the technological and cultural framework of antiquity. It suggests that these societies were capable not only of monumental engineering feats but also of abstract reasoning, careful observation, and systematic application of knowledge. Their achievements are not anomalies or lucky accidents, they are evidence of deliberate practice, sophisticated planning, and deep understanding of the natural and mathematical world. The monuments, stones, and tools left behind are more than remnants of history, they are a testament to human ingenuity, creativity, and the enduring quest to master the physical world. In studying them, we confront the extraordinary capabilities of a civilization that challenges our assumptions, inspires wonder, and invites us to reconsider the boundaries of what humanity has always been capable of achieving. High in the Andes Mountains, amidst jagged peaks and thin air, lie the ruins of a civilization whose achievements continue to defy conventional explanations. The Inca, often celebrated for their administrative genius and vast empire, also left behind architectural marvels that challenge modern understanding. Among these, Machu Picchu stands as a pinnacle of engineering and precision, its terraces, temples, and walls harmoniously integrated into the mountain landscape. The construction of this city, perched on steep slopes and surrounded by seismic instability, demonstrates a level of ingenuity that is extraordinary by any measure. Stones weighing several tons are fitted together with astonishing accuracy, their interlocking surfaces so precise that no mortar is necessary. Walking through these structures, it becomes evident that the builders possessed not only technical skill but also an intuitive understanding of materials, geometry, and environmental forces. The precision of Inca stonework raises immediate questions about construction techniques. Unlike the Egyptian pyramids, where large, flat surfaces dominate, Inca architecture often incorporates irregularly shaped stones, each carefully shaped to fit its neighbors perfectly. This polygonal masonry is both aesthetically striking and structurally sound, capable of withstanding the frequent earthquakes that characterize the region. The stones are tapered, beveled, and aligned in ways that distribute weight efficiently, ensuring stability without modern engineering calculations. Attempts by contemporary builders to replicate such masonry often fail to achieve the same level of fit and resilience, suggesting that the Incas possessed highly refined methods, honed over generations, that allowed them to work with incredible precision using simple tools like stone hammers, chisels, and levers. Beyond engineering, the Inca demonstrated profound knowledge of their environment and materials. Terracing, drainage systems, and irrigation networks at Machu Picchu illustrate an advanced understanding of agriculture and hydrology. Water management was essential, given the heavy rainfall and steep terrain, and the solutions implemented by the Incas were both functional and elegant. Terraces prevented erosion, channeled water efficiently, and created microclimates suitable for diverse crops. The careful integration of these systems into the natural landscape reflects not only practical ingenuity but also a holistic approach to planning, where architecture, agriculture, and ecology were interwoven. The Incas were not merely constructing buildings, they were engineering sustainable environments capable of supporting thriving communities in challenging conditions. Astronomical alignment also played a significant role in Inca architecture. Many structures at Machu Picchu, including the Intihuatana stone, are oriented with solar events, such as solstices and equinoxes. The placement of windows, doorways, and ceremonial platforms suggests that the Incas used celestial observations to inform both spiritual and practical decisions. This integration of architecture and astronomy indicates sophisticated observational skills and mathematical understanding, reflecting a worldview in which cosmology, ritual, and daily life were inseparable. Such precision and foresight are particularly striking when one considers that these achievements were accomplished without written records of engineering principles or complex mathematical notation, relying instead on empirical knowledge passed orally and through practice. The logistical challenges faced by the Inca further amplify the marvel of their constructions. Machu Picchu and other high-altitude sites required the transportation of massive stones over steep, uneven terrain. Some blocks, weighing tens of tons, were moved without wheeled vehicles, draft animals capable of carrying such loads, or metal tools for cutting and shaping. Scholars have proposed methods involving rollers, sledges, and ramps, but the sheer scale and precision of the work suggest exceptional planning, coordination, and labor organization. The ability to mobilize large teams, manage resources, and execute such projects under harsh environmental conditions speaks to a civilization with not only technical knowledge but also sophisticated social and administrative structures capable of sustaining long-term, complex construction endeavors. The durability of Inca stonework is equally remarkable. Many structures have survived centuries of seismic activity, weathering, and human impact with minimal damage. Unlike many modern buildings in earthquake-prone regions, Inca constructions are resilient because of their flexible, interlocking design. Stones can move slightly during tremors without collapsing, a principle that modern engineers sometimes study and attempt to emulate. This combination of empirical observation, intuitive understanding of physics, and practical application demonstrates that the Incas achieved a level of engineering sophistication that challenges assumptions about pre-industrial societies. Their work suggests that knowledge of structural stability and material behavior was far more advanced than previously recognized. The aesthetic dimension of Inca precision should not be overlooked. Each stone is not only functional but also harmoniously shaped to fit its neighbors, creating visually cohesive surfaces that convey balance, symmetry, and elegance. The integration of natural rock formations into architectural plans reflects an artistic sensibility that complements technical skill. In this sense, Inca construction transcends mere practicality, it embodies an understanding of proportion, visual harmony, and spatial organization that elevates the work into the realm of art. Such integration of function, durability, and beauty is a hallmark of civilizations with profound technical and cultural sophistication, challenging the notion that technological ability and aesthetic sensibility are separate domains. The Inca also left evidence of metallurgical skill, working with gold, silver, and copper to create intricate ceremonial objects and tools. Techniques such as alloying, casting, and hammering demonstrate precise control of material properties and artistic expression. These skills, combined with architectural and agricultural expertise, suggest a civilization that possessed a diverse and sophisticated knowledge base, one capable of remarkable accomplishments in multiple domains. The coordination of these skills implies not only specialized labor but also transmission of technical knowledge across generations, further underscoring the sophistication of Inca society. In comparing Inca achievements to other ancient civilizations, patterns of advanced construction and precise engineering emerge worldwide. The polygonal masonry of South America echoes techniques found in pre-Columbian Mexico, the stonework of Crete, and the monolithic constructions of Egypt. Similarly, astronomical alignments and integration with the natural landscape are recurrent themes across cultures. These parallels suggest either independent mastery of similar principles or the possibility of shared knowledge, perhaps inherited or transmitted through networks that are now obscured by time. The global occurrence of such sophistication reinforces the notion that human ingenuity is not confined to modern eras and that ancient civilizations may have possessed advanced understanding that modern scholarship is only beginning to appreciate. Ultimately, the precision of Inca construction challenges conventional assumptions about technological capability, social organization, and the intellectual sophistication of pre-Columbian societies. Machu Picchu and other high-altitude settlements are not anomalies, they are evidence of a systematic approach to engineering, architecture, and environmental adaptation. They demonstrate that ancient peoples could solve complex logistical and structural problems with limited tools, relying on empirical knowledge, observation, and communal expertise. These achievements invite us to reconsider the capabilities of human civilizations across history, recognizing that ingenuity, skill, and technical knowledge are not the exclusive province of the modern world but have deep roots in the past. The ruins of the Andes, with their enduring precision and elegance, continue to inspire awe, provoke questions, and challenge our understanding of what humanity has always been capable of accomplishing. Beneath the dense forests of South America, along the banks of rivers and atop remote plateaus, lie cities and monuments that speak of a civilization whose knowledge and skill continue to astonish modern observers. Among the most enigmatic of these sites are the Nazca lines in Peru, sprawling geoglyphs etched into the desert plains, depicting everything from geometric shapes to enormous animals and human figures. Stretching for miles and visible primarily from the air, these formations were created more than 1,000 years ago, yet their precision and scale suggest a level of planning, surveying, and understanding that challenges conventional explanations. How could a society without aerial perspective, modern measuring instruments, or advanced surveying tools create images so large and proportionally accurate that they remain identifiable from great heights? The answer remains elusive, hinting at knowledge, techniques, or cultural imperatives that we have yet to fully comprehend. The creation of the Nazca lines required not only artistic vision but also careful technical planning. The figures were etched by removing the top layer of reddish-brown pebbles to reveal lighter soil beneath, creating a striking contrast visible against the desert landscape. Maintaining the proportions of shapes that can span hundreds of meters requires precise measurement and coordination. Some researchers suggest that the lines were created using rudimentary tools such as ropes, stakes, and grids, while others propose more sophisticated methods, including long sighting lines or primitive surveying instruments. Regardless of the technique, the results reflect an advanced understanding of geometry, spatial awareness, and large-scale project management. These are not random patterns, they are deliberate, complex, and remarkably enduring expressions of cultural and technical capability. The purpose of the Nazca lines has been the subject of much speculation and debate. Some suggest that they were astronomical calendars, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or the positions of celestial bodies. Others propose ritual pathways or ceremonial designs meant to be observed by deities from above. There is also the possibility that the lines were symbolic representations of social, spiritual, or ecological concepts, encoding information about water sources, fertility, or cosmology. While definitive explanations remain elusive, the very existence of these enormous, precise geoglyphs points to a civilization capable of abstract thinking, long-term planning, and an integration of art, science, and ritual in ways that remain extraordinary by modern standards. Beyond the geometric and symbolic considerations, the construction of the Nazca lines demonstrates a remarkable understanding of environmental factors. The desert's dry, stable climate has preserved the lines for centuries, yet the creators also had to contend with shifting sands, wind, and occasional rainfall. The placement and depth of the lines were carefully calibrated to ensure visibility and longevity, suggesting empirical knowledge of materials, soil composition, and microclimates. This practical knowledge complements the artistic and symbolic elements, indicating a holistic approach to creation that merges observation, experimentation, and cultural intent. The geoglyphs are thus both technical achievements and enduring cultural statements, reflecting a civilization that was deeply attuned to its surroundings and capable of manipulating them with precision. The Nazca lines also resonate with a broader pattern of advanced knowledge evident in South American civilizations. Similar principles of planning, measurement, and astronomical alignment can be observed in the construction of monumental terraces, temples, and ceremonial centers. Sites such as Cahuachi, Tiwanaku, and Ollantaytambo exhibit careful spatial organization, precise stonework, and integration with natural landscapes, echoing the sophistication seen in the Nazca geoglyphs. These parallels suggest that the creators of the Nazca lines were part of a broader cultural and technological milieu, one in which observation, planning, and technical skill were valued and transmitted across generations. It also raises the possibility that knowledge of surveying, geometry, and large-scale construction was more widespread than previously recognized, encompassing diverse applications from art to architecture to agriculture. The durability and precision of the Nazca lines challenge assumptions about the technological limitations of pre-Columbian societies. Without modern tools, aerial perspective, or written engineering plans, these civilizations achieved results that continue to inspire awe and defy easy explanation. This is particularly striking when compared to contemporary societies with similar levels of tool development but far less precision in large-scale constructions. The Nazca lines suggest that human ingenuity can achieve extraordinary outcomes even in the absence of advanced materials or machinery, relying instead on empirical observation, iterative experimentation, and coordinated labor. They remind us that skill, creativity, and intelligence are not contingent on technological sophistication alone but can flourish in diverse contexts under the right cultural and environmental conditions. The lines also provoke reflection on the transmission and preservation of knowledge. Creating figures that span hundreds of meters requires meticulous planning, measurement, and coordination, implying a system of knowledge that was both taught and shared. Workers would have needed methods for maintaining scale, ensuring accuracy, and executing complex designs over large distances. This indicates not only technical skill but also social organization, communication, and collaboration. The Nazca lines are therefore not merely artistic or ceremonial artifacts, they are evidence of a society capable of managing complex projects, coordinating labor, and embedding technical knowledge within cultural practices. Another striking aspect of the Nazca lines is their enduring mystery. Despite decades of study, the full purpose, methodology, and cultural significance of the lines remain unknown. This unresolved enigma contributes to their power as artifacts. They provoke curiosity, challenge assumptions, and invite imaginative exploration. They occupy a liminal space between art, science, and ritual, resisting simple classification and forcing us to confront the possibility that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge, skills, or perspectives that are lost to modern understanding. Their very existence challenges the narrative of gradual, linear technological progress, suggesting instead that ingenuity can manifest in forms that are culturally specific, temporally bounded, and intellectually sophisticated in ways that may leave little trace beyond extraordinary artifacts like these geoglyphs. The Nazca lines also serve as a reminder of human adaptability and environmental attunement. They demonstrate that societies can achieve remarkable technical feats in challenging environments, using resources at hand and adapting to local conditions with ingenuity. This adaptability is reflected not only in the precision of construction but also in the careful observation of environmental and astronomical cycles, integration of cultural symbolism, and effective management of labor and logistics. These qualities are hallmarks of advanced civilization, challenging modern assumptions that technological sophistication is a prerequisite for cultural or societal complexity. The Nazca lines underscore the possibility that intelligence, observation, and creativity are constants of human experience, capable of producing enduring works even in the absence of modern tools or materials. Ultimately, the Nazca lines compel a reconsideration of what ancient civilizations were capable of achieving. They are more than massive drawings etched into the desert, they are technical marvels, artistic statements, and cultural documents rolled into a single extraordinary expression. Their scale, precision, and endurance challenge assumptions about human ingenuity, demonstrating that societies long before the modern era could conceive, plan, and execute projects of astonishing complexity. They remind us that the past is not a static or fully understood record but a landscape filled with ingenuity, experimentation, and intellectual sophistication. The Nazca lines, visible from the heavens and etched into the earth, stand as a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of human beings, inviting us to look deeper, question further, and acknowledge the hidden depths of knowledge, skill, and artistry possessed by civilizations whose wisdom continues to endure across the centuries. Along the Nile Valley and across the deserts of Egypt, there exist artifacts that continue to astonish scholars and challenge conventional historical understanding. Among these, certain objects stand out not merely for their craftsmanship but for their apparent technological sophistication, often far exceeding what is typically attributed to ancient civilizations. These items, ranging from intricately carved tools to mysterious metallic implements, hint at capabilities and knowledge that seem to predate their supposed historical context. One of the most compelling aspects of these artifacts is the apparent mastery of materials, an understanding of physical forces, and an integration of function and form that suggests ancient Egyptians possessed insights that remain elusive even to modern science. Consider the example of the Dendra light reliefs, found in the Hathor Temple at Dendra. These bas-reliefs depict elongated, bulb-like structures, sometimes interpreted as electrical devices, radiating energy or light, connected to what appear to be filament-like elements. While mainstream Egyptologists generally interpret these images as symbolic representations associated with religious or mythological contexts, some researchers have argued that they might reflect practical knowledge of energy, light, or technology that has since been lost. The level of detail in these carvings, combined with the context in which they appear, among other sophisticated architectural and artistic achievements, invites speculation about the potential existence of applied scientific understanding in ancient Egypt that went beyond ritual or symbolic significance. The idea that such knowledge could have existed, intentionally encoded in sacred spaces, challenges the assumption that ancient civilizations were solely focused on survival and spiritual expression. Other artifacts, such as intricately machined metal objects or tools found in tombs and temple complexes, similarly suggest capabilities that exceed what conventional explanations can account for. Copper, bronze, and even iron implements have been discovered with precision cuts, joins, and finishes that imply advanced control over metallurgy, cutting techniques, and material manipulation. Some items display tolerances and smoothness that, by modern standards, would typically require powered machinery or tools far beyond what is historically documented for the period. The apparent contradictions between the sophistication of these objects and the supposed technological limitations of ancient Egyptian society spark questions about the methods, training, and knowledge transfer mechanisms that could have produced such artifacts. Stonework provides another striking example. Many temples and monumental complexes exhibit blocks fitted together with astonishing precision, often forming joints that are irregularly shaped yet interlock perfectly. The level of craftsmanship is such that a razor blade cannot penetrate the seams between stones, a detail that speaks to not only technical skill but also a deep understanding of structural stability. Achieving this degree of accuracy would require careful measurement, repeated testing, and an intimate knowledge of the properties of various stones. The sheer consistency of such precision across numerous sites suggests systematic knowledge and the existence of specialized artisans or engineers trained in techniques that have since vanished. Unlike modern constructions, which rely heavily on machinery and digital planning, these accomplishments were realized through empirical methods, observation, and practice, highlighting a sophistication that challenges our conventional timelines of technological development. The implications of these artifacts extend beyond physical construction and into the realm of applied science. Some researchers posit that certain items may have functioned as part of primitive electrical systems, tools for chemical processing, or instruments for astronomical observation. While direct evidence is often scarce, the combination of precision engineering, material mastery, and contextual placement invites serious consideration. The possibility that ancient civilizations engaged in applied experimentation, even in limited forms, implies a level of intellectual ambition that complicates traditional historical narratives. It forces the recognition that knowledge can exist, flourish, and disappear without leaving a continuous, easily traceable record, challenging the notion of linear technological progression. Furthermore, the discovery of such artifacts suggests that ancient Egyptian society may have operated within a framework that valued technical expertise alongside spiritual and cultural knowledge. Temples, tombs, and palaces were not merely ceremonial or decorative, they were repositories of intellectual achievement, where artisans, engineers, and priests may have collaborated to encode both practical and symbolic knowledge into enduring forms. This integration of technology, artistry, and spirituality indicates a holistic approach to knowledge, where the practical manipulation of materials and forces was intertwined with cultural, religious, and philosophical considerations. In this sense, artifacts are not isolated curiosities but components of a broader epistemological framework that reflects a sophisticated understanding of the natural world and its interaction with human society. The question of how such advanced knowledge could have been developed, maintained, and transmitted in the absence of modern recording methods is particularly compelling. Oral traditions, apprenticeships, guild-like structures, and ritualized instruction may have played roles in preserving technical knowledge. Additionally, the selection of materials, methods, and designs for objects intended to endure for millennia suggests foresight and an understanding of long-term durability, implying both practical skill and intellectual planning. These insights point to a culture in which knowledge was valued, methodically applied, and perhaps deliberately concealed or encoded, making it available only to those initiated into certain crafts or practices. Another layer of intrigue arises from the global parallels evident in other ancient civilizations. Precision engineering, advanced material manipulation, and astronomical alignment are not unique to Egypt. Similar feats can be observed in South America, Mesopotamia, and even Asia, suggesting that either advanced knowledge emerged independently in multiple locations or, more provocatively, that there was some form of transmission of ideas, techniques, or conceptual frameworks across vast distances. In either case, the Egyptian examples are central to the narrative of advanced ancient knowledge, providing some of the clearest evidence that human ingenuity in antiquity often reached levels that modern historians are only beginning to fully appreciate. The durability and functionality of these artifacts also underscore the practical aspects of ancient knowledge. Objects that could survive millennia, operate effectively, or demonstrate precise engineering were not merely ceremonial, they were designed to achieve measurable outcomes. The combination of durability, precision, and aesthetic integration implies a deep understanding of material properties, environmental conditions, and functional requirements. This level of expertise suggests systematic experimentation, iterative improvement, and a culture that encouraged the refinement of techniques over generations. Far from being primitive or rudimentary, these artifacts represent an empirical approach to problem solving and creation that aligns with principles of modern engineering and applied science. Ultimately, these advanced artifacts compel a reassessment of ancient Egyptian civilization and, more broadly, of what is possible within the technological and intellectual capacities of ancient societies. They suggest that human ingenuity, experimentation, and mastery of materials existed in complex and sophisticated forms long before the advent of modern technology. The artifacts are evidence not of isolated brilliance but of sustained, systematic, and culturally embedded knowledge that challenges linear narratives of progress. They reveal a civilization capable of harmonizing artistry, engineering, and practical function, leaving behind a material legacy that continues to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and invite reconsideration of the true scope of ancient human achievement. The existence of such artifacts reminds us that history is more intricate, nuanced, and astonishing than conventional accounts suggest, and that the past holds mysteries that remain to be fully explored and understood. In the remote mountains of southern Mexico, the remnants of the ancient Olmec civilization offer a striking glimpse into a society whose artistic and technological achievements continue to puzzle scholars. Among the most iconic artifacts are the colossal heads, each carved from single blocks of basalt weighing several tons. These monumental sculptures, some standing over 3 meters tall and weighing upwards of 20 tons, are remarkable not only for their scale but for the precision and skill required to carve, transport, and position them. The level of craftsmanship required to achieve realistic facial features, proportionality, and symmetry from such massive stones suggests a sophisticated understanding of tools, materials, and geometry that is difficult to reconcile with the presumed technological limitations of the era. Transporting the colossal heads was, in itself, an extraordinary feat. The basalt used in their construction was quarried from sites located many kilometers from the eventual locations where the heads were erected. Without wheeled vehicles, draft animals capable of carrying such loads, or modern machinery, the Olmecs would have had to employ ingenious methods to move these enormous stones across challenging terrain. Theories range from the use of sledges and rollers to the leveraging of natural waterways for transport, yet none fully accounts for the consistency, orientation, and placement of the heads in relation to ceremonial centers. The coordination required for such undertakings implies not only technical skill but also social organization, planning, and logistical oversight at a level rarely attributed to pre-Columbian societies. The craftsmanship of the Olmec heads further highlights the civilization's advanced understanding of stoneworking techniques. The surfaces of the heads are polished and sculpted with remarkable precision, demonstrating an ability to shape and finish basalt with methods that remain partly mysterious. The contours of the faces, the intricate detailing of facial features, and the symmetry achieved across multiple examples suggest standardized practices, possibly guided by templates or proportional systems. The level of detail indicates that artisans were not merely experimenting but operating within a well-developed tradition of knowledge, passing skills, and techniques across generations. This continuity of expertise implies a culture that valued technical mastery and maintained institutional frameworks for training and knowledge transmission. Beyond their physical execution, the colossal heads also carry symbolic and cultural significance, reflecting a sophisticated social and political structure. Each head is thought to represent a ruler or important individual, immortalized in stone to convey authority, lineage, and identity. Their placement within ceremonial centers suggests intentional design, aligning with plazas, temples, or other structures to create a coherent cultural landscape. The combination of technical mastery and symbolic intent demonstrates that the Olmecs integrated artistry, engineering, and social organization into a unified expression of power and cultural identity. This holistic approach is echoed across other Olmec artifacts, including intricately carved jade figurines, ritual objects, and finely made ceramics, each reflecting high levels of skill, planning, and cultural sophistication. The Olmecs' understanding of materials extended beyond stone into metallurgy and other crafts. While their metalworking was not as extensive as in later civilizations, evidence suggests experimentation with copper alloys, casting techniques, and ornamental objects that required careful control of heat and shaping. The integration of multiple disciplines, stone carving, sculptural artistry, and metalwork, indicates a society capable of coordinating diverse skills and knowledge into complex projects. These achievements highlight the cognitive and practical capacities of a civilization often overlooked in traditional narratives, suggesting that the Olmecs may have possessed technological insights that influenced later Mesoamerican cultures. Astronomical and spatial considerations also appear in Olmec construction and planning. Ceremonial centers are often aligned with natural landmarks, cardinal directions, or celestial events, suggesting that observation and measurement played an important role in site design. Such alignment implies a level of mathematical and astronomical understanding that complements the technical skill evident in artifact creation. The ability to translate these observations into tangible, large-scale constructions reflects a sophisticated grasp of geometry, proportion, and spatial planning. It also indicates that the Olmecs were capable of combining abstract knowledge with practical execution, a hallmark of advanced civilizations anywhere in the world. The durability and preservation of Olmec artifacts further underscore the civilization's technical expertise. Despite centuries of exposure to tropical weather, seismic activity, and human interference, many colossal heads and smaller artifacts remain remarkably intact. The choice of materials, carving techniques, and placement all contribute to this longevity, reflecting an empirical understanding of material properties and environmental challenges. This concern for durability suggests that the Olmecs were not only creating for the present but also consciously designing for future generations, embedding knowledge and artistry in objects meant to endure. The Olmecs' accomplishments also resonate within the broader context of ancient technological sophistication. The precision, scale, and integration of their work echo achievements seen in other advanced civilizations, from Egyptian pyramids to Andean terraces and Mesoamerican ceremonial centers. The parallels raise questions about the transmission of knowledge, independent invention, and the potential for advanced technical capabilities to emerge in diverse cultural and geographic contexts. Whether through parallel development or shared ancestral knowledge, the Olmec skill in large-scale stonework, planning, and symbolic representation aligns them with a global pattern of ancient ingenuity that challenges conventional historical assumptions. Moreover, the study of Olmec artifacts prompts reflection on the limits of our understanding of human capability. The colossal heads and other artifacts are not isolated curiosities, they are evidence of a sophisticated culture capable of combining artistry, technical skill, and social organization into enduring achievements. They remind us that intelligence, creativity, and engineering were not inventions of the modern era but qualities exercised by humans across time and space. The Olmecs' ability to conceive, plan, and execute projects that remain impressive even today highlights the continuity of human ingenuity and the potential for civilizations to achieve remarkable technological and artistic feats even under conditions we might consider limiting. Ultimately, the Olmec civilization provides compelling evidence that ancient societies were capable of extraordinary achievements in multiple domains simultaneously. Their colossal heads, meticulously carved and precisely placed, embody a fusion of technical skill, artistic vision, and cultural significance. They illustrate the capacity for empirical knowledge, careful planning, and innovative problem-solving long before the advent of modern technology. The artifacts serve as a testament to the sophistication, foresight, and intellectual depth of a society whose accomplishments continue to challenge assumptions, inspire admiration, and provoke inquiry. In studying the Olmecs, we are reminded that the human capacity for ingenuity is timeless, and that the legacies of ancient civilizations continue to reveal mysteries that push the boundaries of our understanding and compel us to reconsider the narrative of history itself. Scattered across the arid deserts of the Middle East, hidden beneath layers of sand and stone, lie structures and artifacts whose sophistication continues to baffle historians, archaeologists, and engineers alike. Among the most enigmatic of these are the megalithic constructions found in Lebanon, particularly in Baalbek, where enormous stone blocks, some weighing over 1,000 tons, are arranged with astonishing precision. These massive stones, quarried from distant sites and transported over rugged terrain, were used to build platforms and temples whose scale and alignment surpass what is typically attributed to the ancient civilizations of the region. The logistical and technical challenges inherent in moving and positioning such colossal stones are staggering, suggesting knowledge and capability far beyond conventional explanations. The precision of the stonework at Baalbek is particularly striking. The blocks fit together with near-perfect seams, showing little to no reliance on mortar. The stones were cut, shaped, and positioned in ways that indicate a sophisticated understanding of geometry, leverage, and balance. The exact methods used to achieve this level of precision remain the subject of debate. Some propose elaborate systems of ramps, levers, and manpower, while others suggest techniques that are now lost to history, possibly involving advanced knowledge of physics and material properties. Whatever the method, the result is undeniable, a structure of such monumental scale and accuracy that even modern engineering finds it difficult to replicate without heavy machinery and precise measurement tools. Beyond sheer scale, the alignment and planning of these constructions hint at a profound understanding of architecture and astronomy. Temples and platforms at Baalbek appear to be oriented in ways that correspond to celestial events or cardinal points, reflecting observational skills and geometric calculations that suggest more than mere aesthetic preference. Such alignment would have required careful measurement, long-term observation, and the ability to translate abstract knowledge into practical construction methods. This integration of observational astronomy, geometry, and massive engineering demonstrates a civilization capable of thinking both practically and symbolically, combining technical mastery with cultural or religious intent. The transportation of these colossal stones presents another layer of mystery. Without modern machinery or draft animals capable of carrying such weight, moving blocks that weigh hundreds or thousands of tons would have demanded extraordinary ingenuity. Theories range from the use of rolling logs, sledges lubricated with water or oil, and lever systems to more speculative ideas involving now-lost techniques of moving stone. The level of coordination, labor organization, and logistical planning required for such undertakings implies a sophisticated administrative structure capable of managing large groups of workers over extended periods. This ability to coordinate manpower on such a massive scale reflects not only engineering expertise but also social and political organization. Beneath the technical challenges lies the question of purpose. Why would a civilization undertake such monumental construction with such precision? Many suggest religious or ceremonial functions, with the structures serving as temples, altars, or platforms for worship. The enormous scale and precise construction may have been intended to convey power, inspire awe, or serve as enduring symbols of cultural identity. Others speculate that these constructions may encode knowledge, serving as repositories for astronomical, mathematical, or geometric understanding. The combination of practical function, symbolic significance, and technical mastery suggests a culture that viewed engineering and architecture as intertwined with cosmology, ritual, and societal hierarchy. The Baalbek megaliths also resonate with broader patterns observed in ancient architecture worldwide. Similar feats of precision, massive scale, and alignment are found in Egypt, Peru, and the Mediterranean, suggesting either parallel development of sophisticated techniques or the possibility of shared knowledge traditions. The repetition of such monumental engineering across diverse cultures and geographies challenges conventional timelines of technological advancement, indicating that ancient civilizations may have possessed skills and understanding that rival modern expectations. These parallels compel us to reconsider assumptions about the uniqueness of certain achievements and the potential for advanced knowledge to arise independently in multiple contexts. The durability and enduring nature of these constructions further highlight their sophistication. Despite centuries of earthquakes, weathering, and human interference, the stones remain largely intact, their precision undiminished. This longevity implies not only careful construction but also an empirical understanding of material properties, stress distribution, and structural stability. Ancient builders may have observed natural forces, tested techniques empirically, and refined methods over generations, resulting in constructions that endure far beyond the lifespan of most modern structures. Such foresight and practical application of knowledge demonstrate a level of technical sophistication often underestimated in conventional historical narratives. In addition to structural achievements, the site contains smaller artifacts and tools that point to advanced technical capability. Carved stone implements, chisels, and other tools suggest precise control over shaping and finishing materials. Metallurgical evidence indicates an understanding of alloys, hardness, and durability, further emphasizing the sophistication of these ancient craftsmen. The combination of macro-level engineering with micro-level technical expertise illustrates a comprehensive approach to problem-solving, where planning, design, and execution were meticulously integrated. The evidence suggests that these civilizations were not improvising but operating within a well-developed tradition of engineering knowledge. The Baalbek megaliths also provoke deeper questions about the transmission and loss of knowledge. The techniques required for quarrying, transporting, and precisely positioning such massive stones seem to have disappeared, leaving future generations unable to replicate them. This raises the possibility that advanced knowledge existed, flourished, and then was lost due to social upheaval, cultural change, or environmental factors. The discontinuity between the technical sophistication of ancient builders and the later inability to achieve similar feats suggests that human history may include periods of brilliance that were not preserved in written or practical tradition. The megaliths serve as both evidence of past capability and a reminder of the fragility of human knowledge. The symbolic and cultural dimensions of Baalbek cannot be overlooked. The enormous stones, precisely placed and aligned, would have communicated power, divine favor, and cultural identity to contemporaneous observers. The integration of technical mastery with ritual and symbolism indicates a civilization capable of combining intellectual, practical, and cultural insight into unified projects. This holistic approach underscores the complexity of ancient societies, challenging simplified narratives that view ancient people as technologically limited or primarily focused on subsistence. Instead, Baalbek reveals a society with vision, coordination, and an ability to manipulate both material and symbolic worlds in extraordinary ways. Ultimately, the megaliths of Baalbek exemplify the extraordinary capabilities of ancient civilizations. They are not merely feats of engineering but expressions of cultural sophistication, intellectual ambition, and technical mastery. The scale, precision, and durability of the stones challenge conventional timelines of human capability, suggesting knowledge and skill that rival modern achievements. The site invites ongoing study, contemplation, and wonder, prompting us to reconsider assumptions about the past and to acknowledge the ingenuity, creativity, and technical sophistication of societies that flourished thousands of years ago. Baalbek stands as a monumental testament to the fact that human potential for innovation, coordination, and artistry has deep roots, often far more profound than standard historical narratives acknowledge. Across the rugged landscapes of Scotland and northern England, scattered among rolling hills and remote valleys, lie stone structures whose purpose and precision continue to confound researchers and historians alike. Among the most famous are the standing stones and megalithic circles, with Stonehenge standing as the emblematic example of prehistoric ingenuity. These constructions, dating back thousands of years, reveal not only a mastery of moving and positioning massive stones but also an extraordinary understanding of geometry, astronomy, and ceremonial architecture. The stones themselves, some weighing over 20 tons and transported from quarries many miles away, are aligned in ways that correspond with solstices, equinoxes, and celestial events, suggesting that their creators had a sophisticated awareness of cosmic patterns, far beyond what might be expected from societies typically categorized as prehistoric or primitive. The precision required to build these megalithic structures is striking. At Stonehenge, the massive sarsen stones are arranged in concentric circles with lintels carefully fitted atop uprights using mortise and tenon joints. The smaller bluestones, some transported over 150 miles from the Preseli Hills in Wales, are arranged with remarkable attention to alignment and placement. Achieving this required careful planning, observation, and coordination, as well as an intuitive understanding of geometry and leverage. The fact that these structures have endured for millennia, withstanding weather, erosion, and human interference, highlights not only the builders' skill in construction but also their understanding of materials and structural stability. These are not random or haphazard arrangements, they reflect a deliberate integration of engineering, aesthetics, and symbolic intent. The astronomical significance of these sites adds another layer of sophistication. Many megalithic circles and alignments are oriented toward solar and lunar events, such as the summer and winter solstices, lunar standstills, or notable star risings. Such alignments required careful long-term observation and recording of celestial patterns, suggesting a level of scientific observation and mathematical calculation that challenges conventional assumptions about prehistoric societies. The ability to predict or mark significant celestial events implies not only observational skill but also the capacity to translate abstract knowledge into practical construction methods. This integration of astronomy and architecture is a recurring theme in megalithic sites worldwide, pointing to a widespread understanding of the heavens and their significance to ancient cultures. The logistics of constructing these megaliths are equally remarkable. Moving stones weighing several tons over rough terrain, across rivers, and up hills, without wheeled vehicles or draft animals, would have demanded ingenious methods. Archaeologists have proposed techniques involving sledges, rollers, levers, and coordinated human labor, yet the precise placement and alignment of the stones suggest a level of control and understanding that exceeds what is immediately evident from these methods. The process required careful planning, coordination of large groups, and perhaps knowledge of physics and leverage that was transmitted through experience, apprenticeship, or oral tradition. The complexity of these projects highlights not only technical skill but also social organization, indicating that these societies were capable of mobilizing labor and resources efficiently for long-term construction endeavors. The purpose of megalithic monuments extends beyond the purely technical. They were likely centers for ritual, community gathering, and spiritual observation, serving as focal points for cultural expression. Some researchers propose that they functioned as calendars, ceremonial centers, or even tools for tracking agricultural cycles, while others suggest symbolic representations of cosmology, social hierarchy, or collective identity. The combination of technical precision and symbolic significance suggests that these sites were not merely functional structures but deliberate cultural statements, integrating observation, engineering, and spiritual or social meaning into a unified whole. The careful blending of utility, aesthetics, and symbolism reflects a sophisticated worldview, in which architecture served as a bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds. In addition to construction and alignment, the craftsmanship evident in stone shaping and finishing is notable. Stones were often dressed, smoothed, or carved with care, ensuring that they fit precisely into their intended positions. This precision, achieved without metal tools of comparable modern quality, underscores the ingenuity and skill of ancient artisans. Techniques such as pecking, grinding, and levering were applied with remarkable consistency, producing results that endure to this day. The replication of such methods in experimental archaeology has demonstrated the difficulty of achieving comparable accuracy, highlighting the technical prowess of prehistoric builders. The megalithic monuments of Northern Europe also reveal a sophisticated understanding of site selection and environmental adaptation. Builders chose locations with symbolic, strategic, or practical significance, often incorporating natural features such as hills, rivers, or rock formations into the overall design. This careful integration of natural landscape and constructed elements reflects an advanced spatial awareness and an ability to harmonize human activity with environmental conditions. It suggests that these societies were not only skilled in physical construction but also possessed a nuanced understanding of geography, topography, and environmental factors that influence the placement, orientation, and function of their structures. Globally, parallels between European megalithic sites and other ancient monuments are striking. The precise stonework of the Andes, the pyramids of Egypt, and the megaliths of the Middle East all demonstrate similar principles: careful planning, massive stone transport, precise alignment, and integration with astronomy or symbolism. These recurring patterns raise questions about the transmission of knowledge, independent innovation, and the potential for advanced understanding to emerge in diverse cultural and geographic contexts. While independent development is certainly possible, the consistent sophistication observed across civilizations suggests a broader capacity for human ingenuity than is often acknowledged in conventional historical narratives. The durability and enduring impact of these megaliths further highlight their significance. Despite thousands of years of natural forces, including erosion, earthquakes, and weathering, the monuments largely maintain their original form and alignment. This resilience indicates careful attention to structural stability, material properties, and long-term durability. Ancient builders may have observed natural forces and refined their techniques over generations, producing constructions capable of withstanding the test of time. This foresight, combined with artistic and symbolic intention, reflects a level of technical and cultural sophistication that challenges assumptions about prehistoric societies. Finally, the megalithic sites of Northern Europe provoke deeper reflection on the intellectual and cultural capabilities of early humans. They demonstrate that prehistoric societies were capable of combining observation, experimentation, planning, and social coordination to achieve extraordinary results. These achievements challenge modern assumptions about linear technological development, revealing that knowledge, skill, and creativity existed in sophisticated forms long before written records, industrial tools, or formal scientific frameworks. The megalithic monuments stand not only as physical artifacts but as enduring symbols of human ingenuity, reminding us that even societies we may label as ancient possessed extraordinary technical, intellectual, and cultural capacities that continue to inspire awe and inquiry today. In the highlands of Central America, amid dense forests and steep river valleys, lie the remnants of the Maya civilization, a society whose architectural, astronomical, and artistic achievements continue to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike. The Maya are renowned not only for their monumental cities, such as Tikal, Palenque, and Copan, but also for their intricate understanding of mathematics, timekeeping, and celestial observation. Their constructions, ranging from towering pyramids to elaborate palaces and ceremonial complexes, demonstrate a remarkable integration of engineering skill, urban planning, and symbolic meaning. Unlike many other ancient civilizations, the Maya left behind an extensive corpus of written records, stelae, and codices, allowing for a deeper understanding of their thought processes, yet even with these sources, many aspects of their technological and astronomical sophistication remain enigmatic. The precision evident in Maya architecture is immediately striking. Pyramids and temples were constructed with exacting alignment to cardinal directions and celestial events. Observatories such as the Caracol at Chichen Itza reveal a society capable of tracking planetary movements, eclipses, and solstices with remarkable accuracy. The positioning of windows, doors, and platforms often corresponded with solar phenomena, allowing sunlight and shadows to mark significant events in the agricultural calendar or religious rituals. Achieving such precise alignments required systematic observation, advanced understanding of geometry, and the ability to translate abstract knowledge into concrete architectural plans. This reflects not merely technical skill but also an intellectual framework that combined cosmology, mathematics, and practical engineering into a coherent system of knowledge. Maya construction techniques also highlight a sophisticated mastery of materials and logistics. Massive limestone blocks were quarried, transported, and precisely fitted to create enduring structures. In many cases, these stones were dressed and polished to fit perfectly with neighboring blocks, often without the use of mortar. Such precision demonstrates empirical knowledge of stone properties, weight distribution, and structural integrity. Transporting materials across challenging terrain, sometimes over miles of dense jungle or steep hills, required careful planning and coordination. This logistical sophistication indicates a society capable of mobilizing labor efficiently, sustaining long-term projects, and managing complex construction processes on a scale that continues to impress modern observers. The integration of mathematics and astronomy into Maya urban design is another hallmark of their sophistication. Maya calendars, including the Tzolk'in and Hab, reveal a precise understanding of solar and lunar cycles. The long count calendar, capable of tracking millennia, reflects a highly developed numerical system and conceptual grasp of cyclical time. Monumental constructions often serve dual functions as ceremonial centers and astronomical instruments, with alignments that could track solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles. This convergence of architecture, mathematics, and observation illustrates a civilization that not only valued precision and empirical knowledge but also sought to harmonize human activity with celestial patterns, blending scientific observation with spiritual and cultural significance. Artistic achievement in Maya culture further underscores the civilization's technical and intellectual capabilities. Sculptures, carvings, and murals display intricate detail, proportion, and symbolic complexity. The depiction of rulers, deities, and cosmological narratives required not only artistic talent but also mastery of spatial representation, perspective, and cultural symbolism. These works were often integrated into architectural contexts, complementing structural design and ceremonial function. The combination of technical, artistic, and intellectual achievement illustrates a holistic approach to cultural production, in which multiple disciplines, engineering, mathematics, astronomy, and art, were interwoven to create enduring expressions of civilization. The durability and adaptability of Maya constructions also highlight the society's advanced understanding of environmental and structural factors. Despite the tropical climate, heavy rainfall, and seismic activity of the region, many structures have survived for centuries, reflecting empirical knowledge of building materials, drainage systems, and foundation stability. Terracing, canal systems, and water management infrastructure demonstrate the ability to manipulate challenging landscapes for both urban development and agricultural production. This environmental attunement reveals not only practical engineering skill but also an awareness of sustainability and long-term planning, integrating human activity with natural systems in a sophisticated manner. The social and organizational implications of Maya achievements are equally significant. Constructing monumental architecture, managing large labor forces, and maintaining complex calendrical and astronomical systems required highly structured social hierarchies, administrative organization, and knowledge transmission. Skilled artisans, engineers, astronomers, and scribes likely collaborated closely, sharing empirical knowledge and cultural expertise. The coordination of such diverse expertise indicates a civilization with institutionalized knowledge, apprenticeship systems, and a capacity for systematic training. This level of social complexity, combined with technological and intellectual sophistication, challenges conventional assumptions about the capabilities of pre-industrial societies. Maya metallurgical and technological practices, while less celebrated than their architecture and astronomy, also reflect advanced understanding. Tools, ceramics, and utilitarian artifacts exhibit refined workmanship, precise shaping, and efficient use of materials. Artifacts crafted from jade, obsidian, and other materials demonstrate not only aesthetic mastery but also practical knowledge of hardness, fracture patterns, and material properties. Such expertise required careful observation, experimentation, and the ability to transmit knowledge effectively across generations. The Mayas' technical accomplishments were therefore multidimensional, spanning both monumental and everyday contexts, and integrating aesthetic, functional, and intellectual concerns. The Maya also exemplify a capacity for preserving and transmitting complex knowledge across generations. Written records, glyphs, and codices provide evidence of astronomical, mathematical, and cultural understanding that was systematically recorded and interpreted. Oral tradition, ceremonial instruction, and apprenticeship likely complemented written records, ensuring the continuity of technical skill, ritual knowledge, and cultural memory. This capacity for preservation underscores the sophistication of Maya civilization, highlighting a society capable of maintaining cumulative knowledge despite environmental, social, and political challenges. Globally, the Maya achievements echo patterns observed in other advanced ancient civilizations, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, and the Mediterranean. Monumental construction, precise astronomical alignment, complex calendrical systems, and integration of cultural, religious, and practical knowledge appear repeatedly across diverse cultures. These parallels suggest that human ingenuity, observation, and technical sophistication are not isolated phenomena but recurring expressions of the capacity for organized, systematic knowledge. Whether through independent innovation, shared ancestral knowledge, or convergent development, the Maya represent a pinnacle of this global pattern of ancient ingenuity. Ultimately, the accomplishments of the Maya civilization challenge conventional assumptions about technological and intellectual development. Their mastery of construction, astronomy, mathematics, and art demonstrates a level of sophistication that continues to inspire wonder and scholarly inquiry. The integration of empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural symbolism reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing practical, spiritual, and intellectual pursuits in extraordinary ways. The enduring monuments, artifacts, and records of the Maya invite us to reconsider the capacities of ancient societies, reminding us that human ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery are constants across time, capable of producing achievements that remain astonishing even millennia later. The Maya civilization stands as a testament to the profound capabilities of human societies long before the modern era, highlighting a legacy of knowledge, observation, and ingenuity that continues to illuminate our understanding of the past and challenge our assumptions about the potential of human achievement. Far across the deserts of Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, lie the remnants of a civilization whose ingenuity, technical skill, and cultural sophistication laid the foundation for much of human history. The Sumerians, often credited as one of the world's earliest urban societies, demonstrated remarkable capabilities in architecture, metallurgy, writing, mathematics, and astronomy. Their cities, Uruk and Eridu, were meticulously planned with streets, canals, and monumental structures that reveal a complex understanding of urban planning, civil engineering, and resource management. Yet beyond their visible accomplishments, the Sumerians left behind artifacts and constructions that hint at knowledge and technical ability that continue to astonish modern researchers, challenging assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations. Among the most striking achievements of the Sumerians are their ziggurats, massive terrace structures that served as temples and ceremonial centers. These edifices, constructed from mud brick and sometimes faced with fired brick, often rose dozens of meters above the surrounding landscape. Their construction required precise engineering, as the builders had to ensure stability across multiple levels while dealing with the challenges of load distribution, erosion, and seasonal flooding. The core of these structures consisted of carefully laid mud brick, while outer layers provided protection and aesthetic appeal. The alignment and orientation of ziggurats also frequently corresponded with celestial phenomena, suggesting that the Sumerians integrated astronomy into their architectural planning. Such projects demanded not only technical skill but also sophisticated project management and knowledge transmission, indicating a society capable of combining practical engineering with ritual and symbolic significance. The precision of Sumerian engineering extended to their irrigation systems, which transformed the arid Mesopotamian landscape into fertile agricultural land. Canals, levees, reservoirs, and aqueducts allowed for the controlled distribution of water, ensuring consistent crop production and supporting densely populated urban centers. Designing these systems required careful observation of hydrology, soil composition, and seasonal patterns, as well as the ability to implement large-scale infrastructure projects that could be maintained over generations. The integration of engineering, agriculture, and urban planning reflects a civilization capable of long-term strategic thinking, demonstrating that technical knowledge was not confined to monumental construction but was applied systematically across society to sustain human communities. Sumerian artifacts reveal another layer of sophistication: metallurgy and toolmaking. They developed copper, bronze, and later iron implements that were used for both practical and ceremonial purposes. Tools, weapons, and ritual objects exhibit precise shaping, careful alloying, and intricate decoration, demonstrating empirical knowledge of material properties and manufacturing techniques. The creation of standardized weights and measures further underscores the Sumerians' understanding of mathematics, commerce, and consistency, enabling the administration of trade, taxation, and production with remarkable efficiency. These achievements reflect not only technical skill but also the capacity to organize knowledge and apply it systematically across multiple domains. Astronomy and mathematics played a central role in Sumerian civilization, influencing architecture, agriculture, and religion. The Sumerians developed a sexagesimal, base 60, number system, which underpins modern concepts of time and angles, and allowed for advanced calculations related to astronomy and engineering. Observations of celestial bodies informed the timing of agricultural activities, ceremonial events, and even the planning of city layouts. The integration of mathematics, astronomy, and practical engineering demonstrates a level of abstract thinking and empirical observation that was extraordinarily advanced for the time. This combination of theoretical knowledge with tangible application highlights a culture capable of systematically understanding and manipulating the natural and constructed world. The tools and techniques used by Sumerians also reflect an intuitive understanding of physics and mechanics. Levers, pulleys, and counterweights were employed in construction, while the shaping and alignment of mud brick and stone required precise control over angles, force, and material behavior. Even without modern machines, they achieved remarkable feats of stability, durability, and alignment. The Sumerians' ability to produce consistent, reliable results across large-scale projects suggests careful observation, experimentation, and iterative refinement, a process akin to scientific methodology, long before the formalization of such principles in later centuries. The Sumerians' cultural and symbolic sophistication intertwined with their technical achievements. Temples, ziggurats, and ceremonial complexes were not purely functional, they embodied cosmological concepts, social hierarchy, and religious ideology. Alignment with celestial events, proportional design, and symbolic ornamentation reflect a society in which architecture, engineering, and spirituality were inseparable. This holistic approach indicates an intellectual framework in which technical precision served both practical and symbolic purposes, reinforcing social cohesion and cultural continuity. In other words, Sumerian technical knowledge was not isolated from their worldview, it was an expression of it. The durability of Sumerian constructions and artifacts also highlights their ingenuity. Many ziggurats, canals, and urban layouts have left lasting impressions on the landscape, surviving millennia despite erosion, seismic activity, and human conflict. This endurance suggests empirical understanding of materials, soil mechanics, and environmental conditions, allowing structures to persist far longer than might be expected for the period. The combination of technical sophistication, strategic environmental adaptation, and cultural integration underscores the Sumerians' advanced understanding of both engineering principles and human society. Globally, parallels between Sumerian achievements and those of other ancient civilizations are striking. Monumental construction, urban planning, advanced metallurgy, mathematical systems, and astronomical observation appear in cultures as diverse as Egypt, the Indus Valley, Mesopotamia, and the Andes. These parallels raise questions about the diffusion of knowledge, independent innovation, and the potential for advanced technical and intellectual capacity to emerge in societies separated by geography and time. Whether through independent discovery or shared ancestral traditions, Sumerian civilization exemplifies the potential for human ingenuity to manifest in multiple domains simultaneously, producing achievements that resonate across millennia. Ultimately, the Sumerians exemplify a civilization whose accomplishments challenge modern assumptions about the technological and intellectual limits of early societies. Their mastery of construction, irrigation, metallurgy, mathematics, and astronomy reflects a culture capable of combining empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into coherent and enduring achievements. These accomplishments demonstrate that ancient societies could operate at levels of sophistication often attributed only to later periods, and that knowledge, skill, and innovation were not confined to the modern era. The enduring ziggurats, meticulously planned cities, and precise artifacts of Sumeria remind us that human potential for innovation, coordination, and creativity has deep roots, and that the legacies of ancient civilizations continue to illuminate our understanding of the capabilities of humanity throughout history. Far to the north, along the rugged coastlines and fjords of Scandinavia, lie the enigmatic remnants of a culture whose maritime ingenuity, astronomical understanding, and symbolic artistry continue to puzzle modern scholars. The Norse civilizations, particularly during the Viking Age, left behind artifacts, monuments, and architectural remains that reveal technical sophistication, navigational expertise, and cultural depth far beyond what might be expected from societies often portrayed solely as raiders and warriors. Yet even before the Viking Age, evidence from earlier Scandinavian cultures, including stone monuments, ship burials, and ceremonial sites, demonstrates a long-standing tradition of technical mastery, observational skill, and symbolic expression, suggesting that these societies were capable of achievements that continue to inspire awe today. One of the most remarkable aspects of Norse and pre-Norse Scandinavian culture is their understanding of navigation and maritime engineering. The longships, expertly designed for speed, stability, and versatility, allowed Norse explorers to traverse vast stretches of ocean, rivers, and fjords with remarkable precision. These vessels were carefully proportioned, with shallow drafts enabling access to both open seas and narrow inland waterways. Constructed from overlapping planks fastened with iron rivets, the ships combined flexibility, durability, and hydrodynamic efficiency in ways that modern naval engineers still study. The ability to build, deploy, and navigate such vessels require deep empirical knowledge of materials, hydrodynamics, and balance, as well as observational expertise in reading winds, currents, and celestial cues, a knowledge system both practical and highly sophisticated. Norse astronomical observation played a crucial role in both navigation and ceremonial life. The Vikings are believed to have used devices such as sunstones, or crystallized minerals, to detect the sun's position on cloudy days, allowing them to maintain course even under challenging conditions. Knowledge of lunar phases, star positions, and solar cycles informed maritime travel, agriculture, and ritual activities. The ability to translate observations of the heavens into practical guidance demonstrates not only empirical skill but also abstract reasoning and systematic application of knowledge, connecting cosmology, technology, and daily survival in an integrated framework. This combination of observation and application echoes similar patterns seen in other advanced ancient civilizations, where celestial understanding informed both practical and symbolic endeavors. Archaeological evidence of monumental construction and ceremonial sites further illustrates the Norse mastery of materials and symbolic design. Stone ship settings, burial mounds, and standing stones were carefully arranged according to geometric patterns and often aligned with solar or lunar events. The labor and precision required to shape and position stones in these configurations suggest not only technical skill but also a deep cultural and spiritual awareness. Such sites may have served multiple purposes, as markers of social status, ceremonial centers, or instruments for observing celestial phenomena. The integration of practical construction, symbolic meaning, and observational insight underscores the complexity of Norse technical and cultural sophistication. The artistry embedded in Norse artifacts reveals another dimension of their advanced capabilities. Intricately carved wooden objects, metalwork, jewelry, and weaponry demonstrate precise craftsmanship, geometric understanding, and aesthetic sensibility. Items such as the Oseberg ship burial treasures or elaborately decorated swords and helmets reflect an ability to manipulate materials with both functional and artistic goals in mind. The combination of utility and ornamentation illustrates a sophisticated approach to design, where technical mastery and symbolic expression were inseparable. This dual focus suggests that Norse artisans were highly trained, with knowledge passed through apprenticeship or guild-like systems, ensuring both skill transmission and cultural continuity. In addition to artistry and construction, Norse societies developed advanced metallurgical practices. Iron smelting, forging, and alloying techniques were refined to produce tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects with remarkable durability and precision. Control over temperature, composition, and shaping allowed artisans to achieve consistent results, reflecting careful empirical observation and experimentation. This metallurgical expertise, combined with woodworking, stonework, and maritime engineering, indicates a multidisciplinary technical knowledge base that enabled the creation of complex artifacts and infrastructure despite limited technological resources by modern standards. The social and organizational structures of Norse society supported the execution of complex projects. Mobilizing labor for shipbuilding, constructing burial mounds, or erecting stone monuments required coordination, planning, and resource management. The ability to sustain long-term projects and transmit specialized knowledge across generations implies not only technical skill but also social sophistication. Leaders, craftsmen, and navigators collaborated within systems that valued expertise, observation, and practical problem-solving. This integration of social and technical capacity allowed the Norse to achieve feats that were both culturally significant and technologically impressive, demonstrating that advanced knowledge can exist within societies often underestimated in conventional historical narratives. Environmental attunement was another hallmark of Norse ingenuity. Living in regions with harsh climates, long winters, and challenging terrain demanded adaptation and resourcefulness. Architectural techniques, ship design, and material selection all reflect a deep understanding of environmental constraints and opportunities. Longhouses, ship hulls, and stone arrangements were constructed to withstand seasonal variations, wind, and moisture, while ensuring functionality and longevity. The careful integration of human activity with environmental conditions demonstrates a sophisticated empirical understanding of materials, forces, and spatial planning, reflecting a pragmatic and resilient approach to technology and design. The Norse also engaged in precise measurement and proportional systems, evident in both their construction and maritime design. The dimensions of longships, spacing of structural elements, and geometric patterns in ceremonial sites suggest that standardized units of measure and proportional reasoning were applied systematically. This implies abstract thinking, observational rigor, and the ability to translate conceptual knowledge into tangible outcomes, a capability that aligns with evidence of advanced technical sophistication in other ancient civilizations. The combination of abstraction, observation, and practical application reflects a civilization capable of remarkable integration of thought, skill, and cultural expression. Globally, Norse achievements echo patterns observed in other sophisticated ancient societies, from the monumental stonework of the Andes to the architectural precision of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Parallel developments in astronomy, engineering, material science, and symbolic construction suggest that human ingenuity has manifested in diverse forms across geography and time. Whether through independent innovation, shared ancestral knowledge, or convergent cultural evolution, the Norse example reinforces the broader recognition that pre-modern societies were capable of intellectual, technical, and organizational accomplishments that continue to inspire and challenge modern perspectives. Ultimately, the maritime, architectural, and artistic achievements of Norse and pre-Norse Scandinavian societies challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of Northern European civilizations. Their mastery of shipbuilding, navigation, astronomy, metallurgy, and monumental construction reflects a culture that combined empirical observation, technical skill, and symbolic intelligence into enduring accomplishments. These societies demonstrate that human ingenuity is not confined to regions typically highlighted in historical narratives, but emerges wherever observation, experimentation, and practical problem-solving converge. The artifacts, monuments, and ships of the Norse serve as enduring testimony to the sophistication, resilience, and creativity of ancient humans, reminding us that knowledge, technical mastery, and cultural depth are constants across human history, capable of producing achievements that continue to captivate, inspire, and challenge modern understanding. Hidden deep within the deserts of Egypt and the valleys of Nubia, there exists a collection of artifacts and constructions that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations' capabilities, particularly in the realms of engineering, astronomy, and symbolic representation. Among the most compelling are the so-called Osirian monuments and the artifacts associated with the temples of Abydos, Karnak, and Luxor, where inscriptions, reliefs, and megalithic structures hint at knowledge that seems advanced even by today's standards. These relics are not only physically impressive but also intellectually provocative, suggesting that the societies that produced them possessed a sophisticated grasp of materials, measurement, and cosmic observation, which allowed them to create constructions and objects that continue to mystify modern researchers. One of the most remarkable aspects of these sites is the precision and scale of the megalithic construction. Massive blocks of limestone and granite, some weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned with astonishing accuracy. At Abydos, the Osirian temple complex contains blocks that fit together with near-perfect seams, demonstrating a mastery of stone cutting, placement, and alignment that would challenge even modern construction techniques without the use of cranes or advanced machinery. The precision is not merely aesthetic, it reflects an understanding of structural forces, load distribution, and long-term stability. The ability to manipulate such enormous masses with such control implies both sophisticated empirical knowledge and an organized labor force capable of implementing complex engineering plans over extended periods. Beyond the physical construction, these sites reveal an integration of astronomy and architecture that underscores the intellectual sophistication of their builders. Many temples, obelisks, and monuments are oriented in accordance with celestial phenomena, such as solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of specific stars associated with deities. This alignment required careful long-term observation, recording, and calculation, as well as the ability to translate abstract astronomical knowledge into tangible architectural plans. The integration of cosmic observation with construction not only reflects technical expertise but also a worldview in which the heavens and the earth were intimately connected, shaping religious practice, civic planning, and cultural expression. Such alignment suggests that these societies possessed both observational skill and conceptual frameworks capable of linking the abstract with the practical. Artifacts from these sites provide further evidence of advanced knowledge and technical skill. Carved reliefs depict objects that some researchers have interpreted as mechanisms, tools, or even representations of machinery, raising questions about the extent of technological understanding in ancient Egypt. While mainstream archaeology often emphasizes symbolic or ritual interpretations, the level of detail and technical accuracy in some depictions invites consideration that practical knowledge, possibly related to energy, mechanics, or measurement, was encoded in artistic form. Even if symbolic, these representations reflect a culture that integrated observation, empirical knowledge, and symbolic communication, ensuring that technical understanding could be preserved, transmitted, and expressed in durable form. The logistics required to create these monumental structures also reveal the organizational capabilities of these civilizations. Quarrying massive stones, transporting them across desert terrain or along rivers, and then positioning them with extreme precision would have demanded extensive planning, coordination, and specialized knowledge. Labor forces would have had to be mobilized and managed efficiently, with expertise in engineering, measurement, and material handling. The fact that these projects could be sustained over decades, or even centuries, speaks to a level of social and administrative sophistication that complements the technical achievements themselves. It also suggests that knowledge was codified and transmitted effectively, whether through apprenticeship, ritual instruction, or written records. The choice of materials in these constructions demonstrates both empirical understanding and strategic planning. Builders selected stones not only for their aesthetic qualities but also for their durability, weight, and workability. Granite, limestone, and sandstone were quarried and shaped to exact specifications, often with smooth joints and polished surfaces. The ability to manipulate such hard materials with relative precision, using tools available at the time, highlights both technical ingenuity and practical problem solving. These choices reflect a deep familiarity with material properties and an ability to apply this knowledge in ways that ensure the longevity and stability of monumental structures. Symbolism and ritual significance are inseparable from the technical achievements. Temples, obelisks, and reliefs were designed to convey cosmic, spiritual, and social meanings, reflecting the integration of intellectual and cultural life with engineering practice. Alignments with celestial events, proportional design, and decorative motifs all suggest that practical and symbolic knowledge were mutually reinforcing, ensuring that structures served functional, spiritual, and aesthetic purposes simultaneously. This integration indicates that these civilizations did not separate technical mastery from cultural expression, rather, they understood that the two were intertwined, producing creations that were both enduring and meaningful. The durability and resilience of these constructions further underscore the sophistication of their creators. Despite thousands of years of exposure to desert heat, flooding, earthquakes, and human intervention, many temples, obelisks, and walls remain remarkably intact. The empirical knowledge required to achieve this longevity, understanding forces, weathering, and material behavior, demonstrates that these civilizations were adept at problem-solving through observation, experimentation, and iterative refinement. Structures were not built solely for immediate use or ceremonial purposes but with foresight for long-term survival, embedding technical knowledge within the very fabric of the monuments. In addition to monumental architecture, smaller artifacts provide insight into the technical abilities of these societies. Tools, weights, measurement devices, and finely crafted ceremonial objects reveal precise control over materials, attention to detail, and practical application of knowledge. Metalworking, stone carving, and woodworking required systematic understanding of material properties and manipulation techniques, indicating a high level of craftsmanship and intellectual sophistication. These artifacts demonstrate that advanced technical knowledge was pervasive across multiple domains, from the grandest temple stones to the smallest ritual implements. Globally, the techniques and insights evident in these Egyptian and Nubian sites resonate with patterns seen in other ancient civilizations, including Mesopotamia, the Andes, and South Asia. Monumental construction, precise measurement, astronomical alignment, and material mastery recur across diverse cultures, suggesting that advanced technical understanding is a common human achievement rather than an isolated phenomenon. Whether through independent innovation or shared intellectual traditions, these societies demonstrate that technical skill, empirical observation, and cultural integration can coalesce to produce enduring, awe-inspiring accomplishments. Ultimately, the Osirian monuments and associated artifacts of Egypt and Nubia compel us to reconsider the intellectual and technical capacities of ancient civilizations. They illustrate a society capable of integrating engineering, astronomy, material science, and cultural symbolism in ways that endure across millennia. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of these constructions challenge conventional assumptions about the limitations of pre-modern societies and highlight the capacity for human ingenuity long before the advent of modern technology. These sites serve as enduring reminders that knowledge, skill, and creativity were hallmarks of ancient human experience, producing achievements that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of what is possible in the ancient world. Across the arid plateaus of Peru and Bolivia, high in the Andes, lie the remnants of civilizations whose mastery of stone, engineering, and environmental adaptation continues to astonish modern researchers. The Inca Empire, and its predecessors such as the Tiwanaku and Wari cultures, left behind cities, temples, terraces, and artifacts that display a level of technical sophistication often considered remarkable, even in comparison to contemporary civilizations elsewhere in the world. Structures such as Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and the Sun Temple at Tiwanaku exemplify an advanced understanding of geology, construction techniques, and environmental engineering, suggesting that Andean societies possessed knowledge and skills that remain impressive and, in some cases, mysterious to this day. One of the most striking aspects of Inca architecture is the precision with which stones were cut and fitted together. Large, irregularly shaped stones were meticulously shaped to interlock perfectly without the use of mortar, creating walls that could withstand earthquakes and the passage of centuries. The seams between these stones are so precise that it is often impossible to insert a knife blade between them. Achieving this required not only careful selection and shaping of stone but also a sophisticated understanding of geometry, load distribution, and structural mechanics. The ability to construct such walls without mortar demonstrates both technical skill and empirical knowledge gained through long-term observation and experimentation, passed down across generations of masons and engineers. Transporting these massive stones was another extraordinary challenge. Many of the stones used in sites such as Sacsayhuaman weigh dozens of tons, some exceeding 100 tons, and were quarried from locations several kilometers away, often across rugged mountainous terrain. Without wheeled vehicles, draft animals capable of hauling such weight, or modern cranes, the movement and placement of these stones required ingenious solutions. Theories include the use of log rollers, ropes, sledges, and manpower in coordinated teams, yet the exact methods remain partially speculative. Regardless of the specific techniques, the precision with which stones were moved and positioned indicates advanced logistical planning, engineering intuition, and social organization, highlighting the capacity of Andean societies to manage complex, large-scale projects effectively. In addition to structural ingenuity, Inca cities and ceremonial sites demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of environmental adaptation. Terracing, irrigation, drainage systems, and agricultural planning reveal that the Incas mastered techniques to manage steep, rocky landscapes and varying climatic conditions. Terraces not only increased arable land but also reduced erosion and managed water distribution efficiently. Urban centers were carefully sited to take advantage of natural resources, protect against flooding, and maximize sunlight for crops and habitations. This integration of construction, agriculture, and environmental awareness reflects a holistic approach to engineering and planning, where technical knowledge was applied in a way that harmonized human activity with the natural environment. The astronomical and cosmological knowledge of the Inca and pre-Inca cultures is further evident in the orientation and design of their monuments. Temples, plazas, and ceremonial structures were often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial events. Observations of the sun, moon, and stars were integrated into architecture, agricultural planning, and ritual practice, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and its practical applications. The Sun Temple at Tiwanaku, for example, features precise alignments that mark the solstices, suggesting deliberate incorporation of celestial knowledge into sacred architecture. This combination of observation, calculation, and construction illustrates that these societies were capable of translating abstract knowledge into tangible, functional, and symbolic forms. The artistry embedded in Inca and Tiwanaku artifacts also underscores technical and intellectual sophistication. Stone carvings, pottery, metalwork, textiles, and ritual objects demonstrate precise craftsmanship, aesthetic sensibility, and symbolic complexity. Gold and silver artifacts exhibit not only artistic mastery but also knowledge of metallurgical techniques, including alloying, casting, and hammering. Textiles were created with intricate patterns and colors, reflecting both technical skill and cultural symbolism. This integration of utility, beauty, and meaning highlights a culture in which technical knowledge, artistic expression, and symbolic communication were inseparable, producing objects and structures that were both functional and deeply meaningful. Social organization played a crucial role in enabling these technical achievements. Large-scale construction projects, agricultural engineering, and ceremonial complexes required coordinated labor forces, specialized craftsmen, and centralized planning. The ability to mobilize, manage, and sustain these efforts demonstrates administrative sophistication and effective knowledge transmission. Skilled artisans and engineers likely trained apprentices in highly structured systems, ensuring continuity of technical expertise across generations. This social infrastructure allowed for the consistent production of monumental architecture, finely crafted artifacts, and advanced agricultural systems, reflecting a society capable of integrating technical knowledge with social cohesion and governance. The durability and resilience of Andean constructions further highlight the empirical understanding of materials and structural forces. Many walls, terraces, and monuments have survived centuries of seismic activity, rainfall, and extreme temperature variations. This longevity indicates careful consideration of local geology, stone selection, and structural engineering principles. Builders adapted their techniques to the unique challenges of high-altitude, earthquake-prone environments, demonstrating practical problem-solving and a refined empirical methodology. The endurance of these structures serves as a testament to the sophistication and foresight of Andean engineers and artisans. In addition to monumental architecture, smaller artifacts such as tools, ceremonial objects, and textiles provide insight into the technological and intellectual capabilities of these cultures. Stone and metal tools were shaped with precision and efficiency, textiles exhibit advanced weaving techniques, and ceremonial objects integrate symbolic meaning with technical craftsmanship. These artifacts reveal that advanced knowledge permeated both the grandest architectural achievements and everyday objects, reflecting a culture in which technical skill and cultural expression were deeply intertwined. Globally, the Andean achievements resonate with patterns observed in other advanced ancient civilizations, from the precision of Egyptian stonework to the astronomical alignments of Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia. Monumental construction, celestial observation, environmental adaptation, and integration of symbolism with technical skill appear repeatedly across cultures separated by vast distances. This suggests that the capacity for sophisticated engineering, observation, and cultural integration is a recurring feature of human ingenuity rather than a phenomenon restricted to any single region. The Incas and their predecessors exemplify this pattern, demonstrating that societies across the world were capable of remarkable technical and intellectual feats long before modern industrial technologies emerged. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, and artistic achievements of the Andean civilizations challenge conventional assumptions about the limits of ancient human capability. Their mastery of stonework, environmental engineering, astronomy, and material craftsmanship reflects a civilization that combined empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision in enduring forms. The precision, durability, and complexity of their constructions, along with the integration of practical, symbolic, and aesthetic knowledge, illustrate a society capable of achieving extraordinary results without modern tools or machinery. These achievements serve as a powerful reminder that human ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery have deep roots, and that the legacies of ancient Andean civilizations continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world. Across the sun-scorched plains of southern India and Sri Lanka, amidst dense forests and winding rivers, lie the remnants of civilizations whose architectural, artistic, and engineering achievements continue to astonish modern researchers. The ancient Dravidian cultures, particularly those associated with the Tamil kingdoms and the mysterious builders of the monolithic rock temples at Mahabalipuram and the cave complexes of Badami and Ellora, reveal a mastery of stone, spatial planning, and symbolic expression that suggests knowledge and technical skill of extraordinary sophistication. These constructions, many carved directly from solid rock, demonstrate an unparalleled understanding of material properties, geometry, and structural stability, challenging conventional assumptions about the technological capacities of ancient South Asian societies. One of the most remarkable features of these structures is the precision with which enormous monolithic rocks were shaped and transformed into functional, enduring temples and sculptures. At Mahabalipuram, the Rathas, chariot-shaped temples, are carved entirely from single granite boulders, with intricate reliefs, columns, and decorative motifs integrated seamlessly into the rock. Achieving such precision required not only exceptional artistic skill but also an advanced understanding of stone behavior, tool application, and load distribution. The artisans were able to remove massive amounts of stone while preserving structural integrity, ensuring that the final constructions could endure for centuries despite exposure to weather, seismic activity, and natural erosion. This level of technical and artistic mastery demonstrates that the ancient builders possessed empirical knowledge of material science, applied engineering, and aesthetic design in a unified, holistic manner. Transporting and shaping stone at these sites posed enormous logistical challenges. While some structures were carved in situ, others required the movement of large blocks from quarries, often located miles away. Without modern cranes, pulleys, or mechanical tools, the ancient builders relied on ingenious methods to maneuver and precisely place these stones. The coordination of labor, knowledge of leverage and physics, and careful planning necessary to execute such feats reveal an advanced understanding of engineering principles and project management. The scale and complexity of these undertakings suggest that these societies had highly organized labor systems, capable of mobilizing artisans, engineers, and workers in sustained, coordinated efforts over extended periods of time. The integration of astronomy and orientation into temple architecture is another hallmark of these ancient South Asian constructions. Many temples, particularly those associated with the Chola, Pallava, and Pandya dynasties, were designed to align with celestial events such as solstices, equinoxes, and prominent stars. This alignment required systematic observation, recording, and calculation, as well as the ability to translate abstract astronomical knowledge into practical architectural design. The deliberate placement of doorways, columns, and sanctums in relation to the path of the sun or celestial phenomena demonstrates that technical skill and empirical observation were not isolated from cultural and religious practice but were integral to it. Such integration highlights a sophisticated worldview in which engineering, cosmology, and ritual were inseparable components of societal expression. Artistic expression in these structures further underscores the technical and intellectual sophistication of the builders. Carvings, bas-reliefs, and sculptures depict complex narratives, intricate iconography, and symbolic motifs with remarkable precision and consistency. Figures of deities, mythological scenes, and geometric patterns demonstrate a mastery of proportion, perspective, and spatial awareness. These artistic achievements required not only creativity but also advanced observation, planning, and execution, ensuring that large-scale reliefs could be carved with accuracy and coherence. The combination of structural engineering with high-level artistic skill reflects a holistic approach in which multiple disciplines, architecture, engineering, and art, were integrated to create functional, aesthetic, and symbolic outcomes. The durability and resilience of these structures further reveal the advanced empirical knowledge of their builders. Despite centuries of exposure to tropical weather, monsoon rains, humidity, and natural wear, many of the Mahabalipuram Rathas, Ellora cave temples, and Badami rock-cut sanctums remain largely intact. This longevity indicates careful selection of materials, precise shaping of stone, and an understanding of stress distribution and erosion resistance. Builders were not only concerned with immediate functionality or ritual use but also with creating enduring monuments capable of withstanding environmental pressures over centuries. This foresight reflects a culture that combined empirical observation, experimentation, and practical problem-solving with long-term vision. The technical achievements extended beyond stone construction into metallurgy, water management, and urban planning. South Asian societies developed techniques for casting, alloying, and shaping metals to create tools, ceremonial objects, and architectural components. Water systems, including tanks, canals, and step wells, were engineered with precise gradients, retention capacity, and integration into urban layouts, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of hydrology and civil engineering. Urban centers were often carefully planned, incorporating temples, marketplaces, residential areas, and water infrastructure in a harmonious design that optimized space, resources, and social function. These accomplishments illustrate a capacity for complex problem-solving, resource management, and integration of multiple disciplines within a unified societal framework. Social organization was crucial in enabling these feats. The construction of monumental temples, rock-cut sanctums, and urban infrastructure required coordination of skilled artisans, engineers, laborers, and administrative oversight. Knowledge transmission occurred through structured apprenticeship systems, guild-like organizations, and ritual instruction, ensuring continuity of technical expertise across generations. This combination of skilled labor, centralized planning, and institutionalized knowledge facilitated large-scale projects that were technically complex, culturally significant, and visually stunning. The integration of technical and organizational sophistication underscores the advanced capabilities of these societies in managing human, material, and intellectual resources effectively. The cultural and symbolic dimensions of these constructions are inseparable from their technical mastery. Temples and monuments were designed not only to serve functional purposes but also to embody cosmological, spiritual, and social meanings. Alignment with celestial phenomena, proportionality of design, and intricate iconography all reflect a worldview in which engineering, artistry, and ritual practice were intertwined. Technical skill was not divorced from cultural expression, rather, it was a vehicle through which spiritual, social, and intellectual ideas were communicated and preserved for future generations. This holistic approach to creation emphasizes that advanced technical knowledge in ancient South Asia was deeply embedded in cultural, religious, and intellectual contexts. Globally, the architectural, engineering, and artistic achievements of the Dravidian and related South Asian civilizations echo patterns observed in other sophisticated ancient societies, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, and Mesoamerica. Monumental construction, precise alignment with celestial phenomena, integration of symbolism with technical skill, and durability of structures are recurring features across distant civilizations. This convergence suggests that the capacity for technical mastery, empirical observation, and cultural integration is a universal human trait, manifesting wherever intellectual curiosity, creativity, and social organization intersect. The South Asian examples highlight the extraordinary ingenuity of ancient societies and challenge assumptions about technological and artistic limitations in pre-modern contexts. Ultimately, the rock-cut temples, monolithic structures, and finely crafted artifacts of ancient South Asia reveal a civilization capable of integrating empirical knowledge, technical skill, and cultural expression into enduring achievements. Their mastery of stone, metallurgy, water management, and astronomical alignment demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of materials, mechanics, and the natural world. The precision, durability, and aesthetic brilliance of these constructions illustrate a society in which technical mastery, artistic expression, and spiritual symbolism were inseparable, producing monuments that continue to inspire awe and study millennia later. These achievements serve as a powerful reminder that ancient human ingenuity was profound, multidimensional, and capable of producing enduring legacies that challenge modern perceptions of technological and intellectual possibility. Scattered across the arid deserts and rugged hills of the Middle East, the ancient civilizations of the Levant, Mesopotamia, and Anatolia left behind artifacts and constructions that continue to challenge modern understanding of technology, engineering, and symbolic thought. Among these, the cities and monumental structures of the Hittites, Phoenicians, and early Canaanite societies offer compelling evidence of technical sophistication, cultural complexity, and an integrated approach to architecture, astronomy, and urban planning. From fortified cities and palaces to ceremonial artifacts and inscriptions, these remnants reveal a civilization capable of feats that are difficult to reconcile with conventional timelines of technological development, suggesting a deep reservoir of knowledge, skill, and ingenuity. One of the most striking aspects of these ancient Levantine and Anatolian societies is their mastery of construction and fortification. Cities such as Hattusa, the Hittite capital, were strategically located atop hills or plateaus, incorporating natural defenses into urban layouts. Massive stone walls, often with precise fitting and substantial thickness, encircled these cities, demonstrating an understanding of structural integrity, defensive architecture, and long-term durability. Gateways, towers, and bastions were engineered not only for protection but also for aesthetic and ceremonial purposes, reflecting an ability to combine practicality with symbolic expression. The precision and scale of these constructions suggest that these civilizations possessed both empirical knowledge of materials and sophisticated planning abilities, enabling them to create enduring urban complexes capable of withstanding both natural and human threats. The logistics involved in building these monumental structures highlight the technical and organizational capabilities of these societies. Quarrying stone, transporting it over long distances, and positioning massive blocks with precision required advanced understanding of levers, ramps, and labor management. The coordination necessary to mobilize skilled artisans, laborers, and engineers over extended periods implies a high degree of social organization and centralized planning. Evidence of tool marks, standardized measurements, and recurring architectural motifs points to a systematic approach to construction, indicating that these societies had developed empirical methodologies and knowledge transmission systems that allowed for consistent replication of complex designs across different sites. In addition to fortifications, ceremonial and religious structures provide further insight into the sophistication of these ancient cultures. Temples, altars, and palaces were often aligned with celestial phenomena, including solstices, equinoxes, and prominent stars. Such alignments required careful observation, record-keeping, and the ability to translate abstract astronomical knowledge into practical architectural implementation. The integration of cosmological principles with construction demonstrates that these societies did not separate technical knowledge from spiritual or cultural practice, rather, the two were intertwined. Structures served both functional and symbolic purposes, reflecting a worldview in which architecture, astronomy, and ritual were mutually reinforcing. Artifacts recovered from these regions reveal additional dimensions of technical mastery and intellectual achievement. Intricately carved stone reliefs, metal tools, ceremonial objects, and inscriptions indicate that artisans possessed advanced skills in metallurgy, carving, and measurement. Bronze, iron, and other alloys were manipulated with precision, producing tools, weapons, and ritual objects of exceptional quality. Standardized weights, measures, and numerical notation systems point to a culture with advanced mathematical understanding, enabling the administration of trade, taxation, and construction. This combination of technical proficiency, organizational acumen, and cultural sophistication underscores the multifaceted capabilities of these societies. The integration of environmental knowledge into construction and urban planning further illustrates the empirical sophistication of these ancient civilizations. Cities were often sited to maximize access to water, arable land, and trade routes while minimizing exposure to natural hazards such as flooding or erosion. Water management systems, including canals, cisterns, and drainage networks, were engineered with careful attention to gradients, capacity, and long-term maintenance. Such infrastructure reflects not only technical skill but also strategic planning, demonstrating an ability to manipulate and harmonize with natural systems for societal benefit. This empirical approach to the environment was essential for sustaining large populations, agricultural productivity, and economic stability over extended periods. The artistic and symbolic expression of these cultures was closely tied to their technical capabilities. Reliefs, inscriptions, and decorative motifs integrated sophisticated geometrical patterns, astronomical symbols, and mythological narratives. Monumental art was not merely ornamental, it conveyed religious, political, and social messages while demonstrating mastery of proportion, perspective, and material manipulation. The coordination of artistic expression with construction and urban design indicates a holistic approach to civilization building, in which intellectual, technical, and cultural knowledge were mutually reinforcing. Artifacts and monuments served as repositories of collective knowledge, transmitting technical skills, cultural values, and cosmological understanding across generations. Durability and resilience were central to the design of these ancient structures. Many fortifications, temples, and palaces have survived millennia of seismic activity, climatic variation, and human intervention, demonstrating a keen understanding of materials, stress distribution, and construction techniques. Builders likely observed natural processes, experimented with methods, and refined techniques over generations to ensure that structures could endure. The longevity of these constructions is not merely a testament to their builders' skill but also an indication of their capacity for long-term planning, foresight, and empirical problem-solving, qualities essential for the sustained development of complex societies. Social organization and administrative sophistication played a pivotal role in enabling these achievements. Large-scale construction projects, astronomical observation programs, and artifact production required coordination among rulers, architects, engineers, artisans, and laborers. Knowledge was systematically transmitted through apprenticeship, ceremonial instruction, and codified practices, ensuring continuity across generations. The ability to mobilize resources, manage labor, and integrate technical, cultural, and spiritual knowledge highlights the advanced organizational structures underpinning these civilizations. Such social and technical integration was crucial for executing projects that were simultaneously functional, symbolic, and technologically demanding. Globally, the achievements of these Levantine and Anatolian civilizations resonate with patterns observed in other ancient societies, including Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Andes, and South Asia. Recurrent features: monumental construction, precision engineering, celestial alignment, sophisticated artistry, and environmental adaptation, suggest that advanced technical and intellectual capacity is a recurring characteristic of human ingenuity. Whether through independent innovation, convergent evolution of ideas, or diffusion of knowledge, these societies demonstrate that technical mastery and cultural sophistication are not confined to a single region or epoch but are expressions of universal human capability. Ultimately, the architectural, artistic, and technological accomplishments of the Hittites, Phoenicians, and early Canaanite societies challenge conventional assumptions about the limitations of ancient civilizations. Their mastery of construction, metallurgy, astronomy, environmental engineering, and organizational strategy reflects a society capable of integrating empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring achievements. The precision, durability, and symbolic richness of their cities, temples, and artifacts illustrate a civilization in which practical, intellectual, and spiritual knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world. These achievements remind us that human ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery have deep roots, capable of producing accomplishments that remain remarkable even millennia later. Far across the vast steppes and river valleys of ancient China, the civilizations of the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins developed a level of technological, architectural, and astronomical sophistication that continues to fascinate modern scholars. From the enigmatic Shang and Zhou dynasties to the monumental works of the Qin and Han periods, China's early societies left behind artifacts, constructions, and urban layouts that reflect extraordinary understanding of engineering, material science, mathematics, and celestial observation. These accomplishments not only demonstrate technical mastery but also reveal a civilization capable of integrating knowledge across multiple domains, producing achievements that challenge conventional assumptions about ancient technological capabilities. One of the most compelling aspects of ancient Chinese construction is the scale, precision, and durability of their architectural endeavors. From palaces and ceremonial complexes to defensive walls and urban grids, the construction techniques employed reveal a sophisticated understanding of materials, load distribution, and structural integrity. Sites such as the Shang capital at Anyang, with its large wooden structures, rammed earth foundations, and intricate drainage systems, showcase the ability to plan and execute urban layouts that could support large populations and complex administrative functions. The use of standardized dimensions, modular construction techniques, and durable materials demonstrates not only empirical observation but also systematic application of engineering principles over extended periods. The Great Wall of China, though expanded and reconstructed over many dynasties, exemplifies the extraordinary technical and logistical capabilities of these ancient societies. Stretching thousands of kilometers across mountains, deserts, and plains, it required the movement and precise placement of vast quantities of stone, brick, and earth. Builders needed to overcome extreme environmental challenges, including steep slopes, erosion, and climate variation, while ensuring the structural stability of walls, watchtowers, and fortifications. Coordinating large labor forces, maintaining consistent construction standards, and integrating strategic defensive considerations required advanced planning, social organization, and empirical knowledge. The wall stands not only as a monumental feat of engineering but also as a testament to the integration of technical skill, environmental adaptation, and strategic intelligence. Ancient Chinese societies also demonstrated remarkable expertise in hydraulics and water management. Canals, reservoirs, flood control systems, and irrigation networks transformed the landscape, enabling agriculture to thrive in regions subject to seasonal flooding or drought. These projects required careful observation of water flow, gradient, soil composition, and seasonal cycles, along with precise engineering to construct durable embankments, sluices, and distribution channels. The ability to manage water resources at both local and regional scales reflects a sophisticated understanding of environmental systems and practical application of engineering knowledge, which was crucial for sustaining large populations, urban centers, and agricultural productivity over centuries. Astronomy and calendrical science were closely intertwined with ancient Chinese engineering and architecture. Observatories, star charts, and ritual sites demonstrate the ability to track celestial events, predict seasonal changes, and align construction projects with solar and lunar cycles. The ancient Chinese developed intricate calendars based on observations of the sun, moon, and planets, integrating astronomical knowledge into agriculture, ritual, and governance. Temples, palaces, and ceremonial structures were frequently oriented to align with solstices, cardinal points, and notable celestial events, reflecting the synthesis of empirical observation, geometric calculation, and cultural symbolism. This integration of astronomy with construction and urban planning illustrates a holistic approach to knowledge, where technical, observational, and symbolic understanding were inseparable. The craftsmanship evident in artifacts from ancient China further underscores the civilization's technical sophistication. Bronze vessels, ritual tools, jade carvings, and intricately worked pottery reveal precise control over material properties, casting techniques, and decorative design. Bronze casting, in particular, required mastery of temperature control, mold making, and alloy composition, enabling the creation of objects with both functional and ceremonial significance. Jade carving demanded meticulous shaping and polishing, with careful attention to proportion, symmetry, and symbolic detail. These artifacts reflect a culture capable of combining empirical experimentation, technical skill, and aesthetic sensibility in ways that produced enduring, high-quality results. Environmental adaptation and urban planning were key components of Chinese technical achievement. Settlements were often strategically sited near rivers, plains, and fertile valleys to optimize agriculture, defense, and trade. Urban layouts incorporated modular design, defensive structures, public spaces, and water management systems, reflecting careful consideration of both human and environmental factors. The ability to integrate these elements demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of spatial organization, resource allocation, and long-term planning, highlighting that technical mastery extended beyond isolated constructions to entire urban and regional systems. Social and administrative organization underpinned these achievements. Large-scale construction projects, water management systems, and astronomical observatories required coordination of diverse labor forces, specialized artisans, engineers, and administrators. Knowledge transmission was facilitated through apprenticeships, codified practices, and state-sponsored education, ensuring continuity and refinement of technical expertise across generations. The ability to mobilize resources, manage labor, and integrate technical, astronomical, and symbolic knowledge reflects a civilization capable of orchestrating complex, multi-generational endeavors with precision and foresight. The durability and resilience of ancient Chinese constructions also highlight empirical understanding of materials and structural mechanics. Wooden buildings, rammed earth walls, stone foundations, and tiled roofs were designed to withstand environmental stresses such as earthquakes, flooding, and climate variations. Builders observed material behavior, refined construction techniques, and adapted designs to local conditions, ensuring long-term functionality and survival. This empirical approach demonstrates a deep understanding of physics and material properties, allowing ancient Chinese engineers to create structures that not only fulfilled immediate needs but also endured for centuries. Globally, the technical, architectural, and observational achievements of ancient China parallel patterns seen in other sophisticated civilizations, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, and South Asia. Monumental construction, environmental engineering, celestial alignment, material mastery, and organizational sophistication recur across cultures separated by geography and time. This convergence suggests that the capacity for technical ingenuity, empirical observation, and cultural integration is a fundamental feature of human societies. Ancient China exemplifies this pattern, producing achievements that remain remarkable even when compared to later technological advancements. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, and astronomical accomplishments of ancient China challenge conventional assumptions about the limits of pre-modern societies. Their mastery of construction, water management, astronomy, metallurgy, and urban planning reflects a civilization capable of integrating empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their structures, artifacts, and urban layouts illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. These achievements stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient Chinese civilizations, reminding us that human capability has deep historical roots, capable of producing accomplishments that transcend time and technological context. Far across the Mediterranean, on the islands of Malta and the surrounding archipelagos, lie the remains of one of the most enigmatic and least understood civilizations of the ancient world. The prehistoric builders of Malta, active during the Neolithic period between roughly 3600 and 2500 BCE, left behind massive megalithic temples, subterranean structures, and intricately carved artifacts that challenge modern conceptions of what early societies could achieve. These monumental constructions, predating even the pyramids of Egypt, demonstrate extraordinary knowledge of engineering, material science, and astronomical observation, raising profound questions about the capabilities, beliefs, and social organization of the people who created them. Among the most striking features of Maltese prehistoric architecture are the megalithic temples themselves. Sites such as Hagar Kim, Najdra, Tarxian, and the subterranean hypogeum of Hausa Flini display massive stone blocks arranged with precision into complex, curvilinear layouts. The stones, some weighing tens of tons, were quarried locally yet moved and positioned with astonishing accuracy, forming structures with multiple chambers, altars, and passages. These constructions demonstrate not only technical skill in handling and shaping massive stones but also a sophisticated understanding of structural principles, such as load distribution, balance, and stability. The precision with which the megaliths were fitted together, sometimes so exact that no mortar was needed, underscores an advanced empirical knowledge that challenges conventional narratives of Neolithic technological capability. The complexity of the temple layouts is equally remarkable. Many temples incorporate intricate multi-chambered designs, often arranged in semicircular or oval formations, suggesting an advanced understanding of spatial organization and ceremonial function. The orientation of the temples frequently corresponds with solar events, such as solstices and equinoxes, implying careful astronomical observation and the ability to translate celestial patterns into architectural planning. Najdra, for example, features alignments that allow sunlight to illuminate specific areas of the temple at particular times of the year, indicating both empirical observation and abstract conceptualization. Such alignments reflect a culture that integrated cosmic awareness into practical, ceremonial, and architectural activity, merging the spiritual with the technical in a sophisticated manner. The hypogeum of Hausa Flini offers further evidence of the extraordinary skill of Maltese Neolithic builders. This subterranean complex, carved directly into solid limestone, contains multiple levels, chambers, and passages, all meticulously shaped to maintain structural integrity while creating acoustically resonant spaces. The builder's ability to excavate and shape such volumes without modern tools suggests an advanced understanding of stone properties, force distribution, and long-term stability. Moreover, the acoustic properties of certain chambers, amplifying low-frequency sounds or creating resonances conducive to ritual activities, point to a level of intentionality and technical knowledge that intertwines physical science with spiritual and cultural practice. Artifacts recovered from these sites provide further insight into the technological and intellectual sophistication of the builders. Intricately carved figurines, altars, and reliefs reveal not only artistic skill but also an understanding of proportion, symmetry, and symbolism. Tools fashioned from stone and bone exhibit precise shaping, suggesting empirical knowledge of material properties and techniques for cutting, polishing, and shaping hard surfaces. The coexistence of functional tools, ceremonial objects, and monumental architecture indicates a society in which technical, artistic, and spiritual knowledge were deeply interconnected, and where practical and symbolic understanding were transmitted and refined across generations. The logistics of construction further highlight the complexity of Maltese Neolithic society. Quarrying massive limestone blocks, transporting them to temple sites, and positioning them with such precision would have required careful planning, coordination, and mobilization of labor. Large teams of workers, skilled artisans, and planners likely collaborated over extended periods, indicating a sophisticated social structure capable of sustaining long-term, large-scale projects. The organization of labor, management of resources, and transmission of technical knowledge imply a culture with hierarchical structures or communal systems capable of combining effort, skill, and coordination in remarkable ways. Environmental adaptation is another hallmark of Maltese prehistoric architecture. The temples and subterranean structures were designed to withstand exposure to Mediterranean climate conditions, including temperature fluctuations, humidity, and occasional seismic activity. Builders demonstrated an empirical understanding of local materials, using the natural properties of limestone to create durable, stable constructions. The selection of sites, stone types, and construction techniques reflects careful observation, experimentation, and adaptation to environmental constraints, ensuring the longevity and resilience of monumental structures that have survived millennia. The integration of symbolic, ceremonial, and functional knowledge in Maltese construction suggests a worldview in which technical mastery and cultural expression were inseparable. Temples, altars, and underground chambers were designed not only for ritual purposes but also to encode astronomical knowledge, social hierarchy, and cosmological beliefs. The deliberate alignment of structures with celestial phenomena, the careful shaping of stone, and the acoustic design of subterranean chambers indicate a sophisticated understanding of the natural world and its integration into human experience. Knowledge was thus preserved in the very fabric of the constructions, transmitting both technical and cultural information across generations. Globally, the megalithic achievements of Malta resonate with patterns observed in other ancient civilizations, from the monumental architecture of Egypt and Mesopotamia to the stonework of the Andes and South Asia. Recurrent features, precision in construction, astronomical alignment, environmental adaptation, and symbolic integration, suggest that advanced technical and intellectual capability is a recurring feature of human societies, manifesting wherever observation, experimentation, and social coordination converge. Malta stands out as an early and striking example of this phenomenon, demonstrating that even relatively small Neolithic communities could produce architectural and technical accomplishments that rival those of larger, later civilizations. Ultimately, the megalithic temples and subterranean complexes of prehistoric Malta challenge conventional assumptions about the technological and intellectual limitations of early societies. Their mastery of stone, spatial planning, astronomy, acoustics, and symbolic communication reflects a civilization capable of integrating empirical knowledge, technical skill, and cultural vision in enduring forms. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of these structures illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and spiritual knowledge were inseparable, producing achievements that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. Malta's prehistoric monuments serve as enduring reminders that ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery are constants of the human experience, capable of producing accomplishments that transcend time, geography, and technological context. Scattered across the plains and hills of Central America, the civilizations of Mesoamerica, particularly the Olmec, Maya, and Zapotec cultures, left behind a legacy of monumental architecture, sophisticated urban planning, and intricate artifacts that continue to captivate and confound modern researchers. These societies, flourishing long before European contact, demonstrated technical skill, astronomical knowledge, and cultural sophistication that challenge assumptions about the limits of pre-Columbian civilizations. From the colossal Olmec heads to the step pyramids of Teotihuacan and the intricately carved stelae of the Maya, these artifacts reveal a civilization capable of extraordinary feats of engineering, artistry, and symbolic expression, hinting at a deep and often underappreciated reservoir of knowledge. One of the most striking aspects of Mesoamerican civilizations is their mastery of monumental construction. The Olmec, often regarded as the mother culture of Mesoamerica, created massive basalt heads weighing several tons, quarried from distant sites and transported over considerable distances without the aid of wheeled vehicles or draft animals. The precision and scale of these sculptures, along with other ceremonial structures such as the colossal altars and platform mounds, indicate advanced knowledge of quarrying, logistics, and stone manipulation. Moving such enormous blocks required ingenuity, careful coordination, and sophisticated understanding of physics, leverage, and labor organization. The ability to achieve these feats suggests that the Olmec possessed not only technical skill but also social structures capable of sustaining large-scale projects over extended periods. The Maya civilization took these technical and architectural capabilities to new heights, constructing cities and ceremonial centers that incorporated precise engineering, astronomical alignment, and advanced urban planning. Cities such as Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Uxmal feature towering pyramids, palaces, ball courts, and plazas, many aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of specific stars. This required systematic observation of celestial cycles, the ability to record and calculate time, and the application of this knowledge to urban design. Maya astronomers were able to predict eclipses, track planetary movements, and create highly accurate calendars, integrating these calculations into the construction of temples, observatories, and ceremonial spaces. The deliberate incorporation of astronomical phenomena into architecture illustrates a civilization in which empirical observation, mathematical skill, and cultural symbolism were seamlessly intertwined. Engineering and environmental adaptation were also central to Mesoamerican urban design. Many Maya and Zapotec cities were constructed in challenging terrains, including dense jungles, hilly regions, and areas prone to seasonal flooding. Builders developed sophisticated methods for stabilizing foundations, channeling water, and preventing erosion. Terracing, drainage systems, and retaining walls were implemented to modify the landscape in ways that supported urban expansion, agriculture, and ceremonial spaces. These measures demonstrate an advanced understanding of hydrology, geology, and environmental engineering, allowing societies to thrive in locations that might otherwise have been inhospitable. The integration of natural and constructed elements highlights the ingenuity and problem-solving capabilities of Mesoamerican architects and engineers. Artistic expression in Mesoamerica reflects not only aesthetic sensibility but also technical mastery. The carving of stone stelae, altars, and masks, as well as the creation of intricate pottery, jewelry, and ceremonial objects, required advanced understanding of materials, precision tools, and design principles. Olmec, Maya, and Zapotec artisans produced works of extraordinary detail and complexity, with consistent proportions, symbolic motifs, and sophisticated iconography. These artifacts often conveyed religious, political, and cosmological narratives, demonstrating that technical skill and symbolic expression were deeply interconnected. The ability to combine functionality, durability, and symbolic significance in these creations speaks to a culture that valued both empirical knowledge and intellectual depth. The logistics of construction and artifact production in Mesoamerica further reveal the sophistication of these societies. Coordinating labor for monumental projects, ensuring a supply of materials, and training skilled artisans required complex social organization and administrative oversight. Knowledge of construction techniques, material properties, and ceremonial protocols was likely transmitted through apprenticeships, communal instruction, or ritualized teaching methods, ensuring continuity and refinement of technical expertise across generations. Such organization enabled these societies to produce architectural and artistic achievements that were both consistent and enduring, reflecting a deep integration of technical, cultural, and intellectual resources. Material mastery in Mesoamerica extended to metallurgy, ceramics, and stonework. While large-scale metal production was more limited compared to other ancient civilizations, Mesoamerican cultures worked with gold, copper, and other metals for ritual objects, ornaments, and tools. Ceramic production involved precise firing techniques, clay selection, and decorative methods that ensured durability and aesthetic appeal. Stonework, including the shaping of basalt, limestone, and volcanic rock, required sophisticated techniques for quarrying, transport, and carving, often with remarkable precision given the tools available. The combination of empirical observation, hands-on experimentation, and skilled craftsmanship reflects a systematic approach to technological development and problem-solving. Symbolism and ritual were inseparable from technical achievement in Mesoamerican cultures. The construction of pyramids, ball courts, temples, and ceremonial platforms was closely linked to cosmology, religious practice, and political authority. The orientation of structures, proportions of buildings, and placement of ceremonial objects often reflected sacred geometry or celestial events, reinforcing the connection between human activity and cosmic order. Artifacts, reliefs, and iconography served as repositories of knowledge, encoding information about mythology, astronomy, and social hierarchy. Technical mastery was thus not an isolated endeavor but an expression of cultural values and intellectual frameworks, producing creations that were simultaneously functional, symbolic, and enduring. Durability and resilience were central to the engineering of Mesoamerican structures. Pyramids, palaces, and ceremonial platforms were constructed to withstand environmental pressures, including earthquakes, rainfall, and vegetation encroachment. Builders employed methods to stabilize foundations, reinforce walls, and maintain structural integrity over centuries. The empirical understanding of materials, load-bearing principles, and environmental interaction allowed these societies to create urban and ceremonial centers that remain impressive millennia later. Such resilience indicates careful observation, iterative refinement, and long-term planning, hallmarks of sophisticated technological and intellectual capability. Globally, the technical and artistic achievements of Mesoamerican civilizations align with patterns observed in other advanced ancient societies, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, South Asia, and the Mediterranean. Monumental construction, astronomical alignment, integration of symbolic meaning, environmental adaptation, and social organization recur across cultures separated by vast distances, suggesting that advanced technical and intellectual capabilities are inherent features of human ingenuity. Mesoamerica exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that societies in the Americas developed complex engineering, mathematical, and observational knowledge independently and applied it to create enduring and extraordinary achievements. Ultimately, the architecture, artifacts, and urban planning of Olmec, Maya, and Zapotec civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the technological and intellectual limitations of pre-Columbian societies. Their mastery of stonework, environmental engineering, astronomy, material manipulation, and symbolic integration reflect civilizations capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into monumental and enduring forms. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their constructions and artifacts illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing achievements that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The Mesoamerican legacy stands as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient peoples, reminding us that extraordinary achievements are not confined to a single region, era, or technological paradigm. Across the rugged highlands and river valleys of the Andean region, the civilizations of South America, particularly the Inca and their predecessors, left behind a legacy of monumental architecture, advanced engineering, and artistic sophistication that continues to astonish modern researchers. The Inca Empire, along with the Tiwanaku, Wari, and Chavan cultures, created cities, ceremonial centers, and agricultural systems that reveal a profound understanding of stonework, hydraulics, astronomy, and social organization. These accomplishments, often achieved without the wheel, draft animals, or metal tools capable of cutting stone, challenge conventional assumptions about the technical and intellectual capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations, suggesting a level of ingenuity and knowledge that remains remarkable even today. One of the most striking features of Andean civilization is their mastery of stone construction. In sites such as Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, and Sacsayhuaman, massive stone blocks were meticulously cut and fitted together without mortar, forming walls that have endured centuries of earthquakes, rainfall, and extreme weather. Some stones weigh dozens of tons, yet they were quarried, transported, and positioned with precision that continues to confound archaeologists and engineers alike. The interlocking of irregularly shaped stones demonstrates not only technical skill but also an advanced understanding of geometry, load distribution, and structural mechanics. Builders were able to create walls that could absorb seismic shocks, indicating empirical observation, experimentation, and refinement over generations. Transporting and positioning these enormous stones posed enormous logistical challenges. Many stones were quarried from distant locations, sometimes several kilometers from the construction site, across mountainous terrain without wheeled vehicles or large draft animals. Scholars have proposed the use of ramps, ropes, wooden sledges, and coordinated labor, yet the exact methods remain a subject of debate. Regardless of the specific techniques, the precision and scale of these projects implies sophisticated planning, management, and coordination, reflecting a society capable of organizing large labor forces, resources, and technical expertise over extended periods. This integration of logistical, engineering, and organizational skill underscores the advanced capabilities of Andean civilizations. The ingenuity of Andean societies extends beyond stone construction to environmental and agricultural engineering. Terracing, irrigation channels, and drainage systems allowed civilizations to cultivate steep, rocky slopes while preventing erosion and maximizing water efficiency. The terraces not only increased arable land but also created microclimates that protected crops from frost and optimized sun exposure. Advanced hydraulic engineering facilitated water distribution across vast distances, supporting urban centers and ceremonial complexes. These systems reflect a sophisticated understanding of geology, hydrology, and environmental adaptation, demonstrating the ability to manipulate natural landscapes to meet the needs of large, complex societies. Astronomy and cosmology were closely integrated with architecture and urban planning in Andean civilizations. Temples, observatories, and ceremonial structures were often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and the rising or setting of significant celestial bodies. The precise orientation of certain structures, such as the Temple of the Sun in Machu Picchu or the Calacasaya platform in Tiwanaku, indicate systematic observation of the sky, mathematical calculation, and the application of astronomical knowledge to architecture. This integration of empirical observation and construction demonstrates that Andean societies were capable of translating abstract cosmological concepts into practical, enduring structures, merging science, ritual, and societal organization into a unified vision. Art and craftsmanship were equally integral to Andean culture, reflecting both technical mastery and symbolic sophistication. Stone carvings, metalwork, ceramics, and textiles display extraordinary precision, aesthetic sensibility, and cultural meaning. Bronze, gold, and silver were shaped into ritual objects, jewelry, and tools using techniques such as alloying, casting, and hammering, while textiles were woven with intricate patterns that conveyed social status, cosmological symbolism, and narrative content. The ability to combine functionality, durability, and aesthetic expression highlights a culture in which technical knowledge, empirical observation, and symbolic communication were inseparable, producing artifacts that were both practical and deeply meaningful. Social organization and labor management were critical to achieving these monumental feats. Large construction projects, terracing, water management systems, and ceremonial centers required coordination of artisans, engineers, laborers, and administrators. Knowledge was transmitted through structured apprenticeship, ritual instruction, and communal practices, ensuring continuity and refinement of technical expertise across generations. The ability to mobilize and sustain large-scale projects reflects a highly organized society with centralized planning, effective governance, and a sophisticated understanding of human resource management. This organizational capacity enabled the creation of urban centers, monumental architecture, and intricate infrastructure that have endured for centuries. The durability and resilience of Andean constructions underscore the empirical knowledge of materials and structural forces possessed by these societies. Stone walls and terraces have survived centuries of seismic activity, heavy rainfall, and environmental wear, demonstrating the builders' deep understanding of material properties and force distribution. Techniques such as interlocking stone masonry, foundation stabilization, and erosion control ensured that structures remained functional and aesthetically coherent over long periods. This empirical, observational approach allowed Andean civilizations to create architecture and infrastructure that combined strength, functionality, and visual harmony. Moreover, the integration of practical, symbolic, and intellectual knowledge in Andean culture illustrates a holistic worldview. Monuments, temples, terraces, and urban layouts were designed not only for immediate use but also to encode cosmological, religious, and social information. The alignment of structures with celestial events, the proportion and orientation of architectural elements, and the symbolic motifs in artwork reflect a sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and cultural philosophy. Knowledge was embedded in physical constructions, enabling its preservation and transmission across generations, ensuring that technical mastery was inseparable from cultural and spiritual expression. Globally, the achievements of Andean civilizations resonate with patterns observed in other advanced ancient societies, such as Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Mediterranean, and South Asia. Monumental construction, precision engineering, environmental adaptation, astronomical alignment, and symbolic integration recur across disparate regions, suggesting that advanced technical and intellectual capabilities are inherent aspects of human ingenuity. Andean societies exemplify this pattern, demonstrating that complex engineering, scientific observation, and cultural sophistication can emerge independently in geographically and temporally diverse contexts. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, and artistic accomplishments of the Inca and their predecessors challenge conventional narratives about the limitations of pre-Columbian societies. Their mastery of stone construction, environmental engineering, astronomy, metallurgy, and urban planning reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring, monumental achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their constructions illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The Andean accomplishments stand as a testament to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient civilizations, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement is not constrained by time, geography, or available technology. Across the windswept deserts and rugged mountains of Egypt, the ancient civilization that arose along the Nile River left a legacy that continues to astound the world with its architectural, artistic, and technological sophistication. From the enigmatic pyramids of Giza and the complex mortuary temples of the pharaohs to the intricate hieroglyphic inscriptions and celestial alignments embedded in monumental structures, the achievements of ancient Egyptians demonstrate a level of precision, planning, and intellectual depth that remains astonishing even by modern standards. These accomplishments, some of which defy straightforward explanation, suggest a civilization capable of harmonizing engineering, astronomy, artistry, and social organization in ways that continue to inspire awe and inquiry. The most iconic evidence of Egyptian technical mastery is undoubtedly the pyramids, particularly those at Giza. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, constructed around 4,500 years ago, remains one of the largest and most precisely engineered structures in human history. Composed of millions of limestone blocks, some weighing over 2 tons, the pyramid exhibits alignment with the cardinal points of the compass with remarkable accuracy. Scholars have long debated how such enormous quantities of stone were quarried, transported, and assembled without modern machinery, and while various hypotheses exist, including ramps, levers, and counterweight systems, the exact methods remain elusive. Regardless of the specific techniques, the precision, scale, and durability of the pyramids indicate advanced empirical knowledge of materials, geometry, and structural mechanics. The construction of the pyramids was not merely a feat of engineering but also a profound integration of astronomy and cosmology. The orientation of the pyramids, as well as the positioning of associated temples and causeways, suggests careful observation of celestial bodies, including the stars of Orion's belt, the Sun, and other significant constellations. These alignments were likely intended to reflect religious and cosmological beliefs, linking the pharaohs with divine forces and the afterlife. The deliberate incorporation of astronomical knowledge into monumental architecture illustrates that the ancient Egyptians were able to translate abstract, observational data into practical and enduring structural forms, blending scientific understanding with spiritual and cultural purpose. Beyond the pyramids, the temples and mortuary complexes scattered across Egypt reflect extraordinary technical, artistic, and organizational skill. Sites such as Karnak, Luxor, and Abu Simbel showcase massive stone columns, intricately carved reliefs, and vast hypostyle halls, all meticulously aligned and proportioned. The precision of carvings, hieroglyphics, and ornamental elements demonstrates a deep understanding of tools, materials, and geometric principles. Massive statues of pharaohs and deities were sculpted with lifelike proportions and extraordinary detail, requiring both artistic vision and sophisticated technical skill. These constructions demanded careful planning, precise measurement, and coordination of large labor forces over extended periods, reflecting highly organized societal structures capable of executing complex, large-scale projects. Hydraulic engineering and water management were equally crucial to the success and sustainability of ancient Egyptian civilization. The Nile River, with its seasonal flooding, provided fertile soil but also posed challenges for urban planning, agriculture, and construction. Egyptians developed sophisticated irrigation systems, canals, reservoirs, and dikes to control the flow of water, ensuring consistent crop production and enabling population growth. These systems required precise knowledge of gradients, water pressure, and soil properties, demonstrating advanced empirical understanding of natural systems. The integration of hydraulic engineering with urban planning and agriculture illustrates the Egyptians' ability to manipulate and harmonize with their environment in ways that maximized productivity and societal stability. The artistic and symbolic achievements of ancient Egypt are inseparable from their technical mastery. Reliefs, statues, jewelry, and pottery exhibit a meticulous attention to detail, proportion, and iconographic consistency. Hieroglyphic inscriptions required not only artistic skill but also literacy, mathematical calculation, and careful planning to ensure accuracy and coherence. Ceremonial and practical objects, from intricate jewelry to elaborate burial equipment, reflect both functional design and symbolic meaning, demonstrating a culture in which craftsmanship, empirical knowledge, and spiritual significance were integrated. The ability to merge aesthetic, technical, and cultural expertise underscores the sophistication and intellectual depth of Egyptian society. Social organization and labor management were essential to achieving these monumental feats. Construction of pyramids, temples, and irrigation systems required coordination of thousands of workers, artisans, and administrators, often over decades. Knowledge was transmitted through apprenticeship, formal instruction, and ritualized practices, ensuring continuity and refinement of skills across generations. Centralized governance, including the authority of the pharaoh and a complex bureaucratic system, enabled the mobilization of resources, planning of large-scale projects, and integration of technical, artistic, and symbolic knowledge. This combination of social organization and technical skill allowed Egypt to achieve feats of construction, engineering, and artistry that have endured for millennia. The durability and resilience of Egyptian constructions further attest to their empirical understanding of materials and structural mechanics. Stone blocks were carefully selected, cut, and placed to ensure longevity, while foundations and walls were designed to withstand both environmental stresses and the passage of time. Monumental statues, obelisks, and reliefs have survived thousands of years of weathering, demonstrating that builders not only understood immediate functionality but also the long-term behavior of materials under various conditions. This attention to durability reflects a culture capable of empirical observation, iterative refinement, and foresight in engineering practice. Globally, the achievements of ancient Egypt resonate with patterns observed in other advanced ancient societies, including Mesopotamia, the Andes, South Asia, Mesoamerica, and the Mediterranean. Monumental construction, precise alignment, environmental adaptation, technical skill, and symbolic integration appear repeatedly across civilizations separated by geography and time. This convergence suggests that the capacity for sophisticated engineering, empirical observation, and cultural integration is a universal feature of human ingenuity. Ancient Egypt exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that human societies were capable of extraordinary technological and intellectual feats long before the advent of modern machinery or tools. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, and artistic accomplishments of ancient Egypt challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations. Their mastery of stone construction, celestial alignment, hydraulic engineering, urban planning, and material craftsmanship reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into monumental and enduring achievements. The precision, durability, and symbolic sophistication of their structures and artifacts illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and spiritual knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. Egypt's enduring monuments stand as timeless testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient peoples, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, technology, and geography. Far to the north, across the rugged landscapes of Scandinavia and the British Isles, the enigmatic megalithic structures of Neolithic and Bronze Age Europe stand as silent witnesses to the ingenuity, technical skill, and astronomical awareness of ancient societies. From the stone circles of Stonehenge in England and the passage tombs of Newgrange in Ireland to the alignments of Callanish in Scotland and the dolmens scattered across Scandinavia, these monuments continue to intrigue researchers with their precision, scale, and purpose. Despite being constructed with relatively simple tools, these structures reveal advanced knowledge of engineering, geometry, and celestial observation, challenging assumptions about the technological capabilities of prehistoric European societies and suggesting a sophisticated integration of cultural, spiritual, and practical knowledge. Stonehenge, perhaps the most famous of these constructions, demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of both engineering and astronomy. Composed of massive sarsen stones, some weighing up to 25 tons, and smaller bluestones transported from distant regions such as Wales, the monument required remarkable logistical coordination. The positioning of stones within concentric circles and horseshoe arrangements suggests deliberate planning and an understanding of structural stability, balance, and weight distribution. Transporting these stones over hundreds of kilometers without wheeled vehicles or draft animals implies the use of advanced techniques for hauling, levering, and positioning massive materials. The precision with which the stones were erected and aligned testifies to a culture that combined empirical knowledge, practical engineering, and communal labor to achieve monumental results. The astronomical significance of Stonehenge further underscores the sophistication of its builders. The monument is aligned with the solstices, allowing the sun to rise and set in precise locations relative to the stones during key points in the solar calendar. This alignment required systematic observation of the sun, careful recording of patterns over time, and the ability to translate these observations into architectural design. Other European megalithic structures, such as Newgrange and the Callanish stones, similarly exhibit solar and lunar alignments, demonstrating a widespread integration of astronomical knowledge into ceremonial and architectural practice. These alignments indicate not only technical skill but also a deep understanding of celestial cycles and their cultural and ritual significance. Beyond monumental construction, the artifacts associated with European megalithic societies reveal advanced craftsmanship and technical ingenuity. Tools fashioned from flint, bone, and bronze allowed for precise shaping of stone, wood, and metal, enabling the creation of functional implements, ceremonial objects, and ornamental items. Pottery, textiles, and jewelry demonstrate meticulous attention to detail, aesthetic sensibility, and symbolic communication. The integration of functional design with symbolic meaning suggests that technical knowledge was not isolated from cultural or spiritual life but was deeply embedded in the daily and ritual practices of these societies. The construction of megalithic monuments also reflects sophisticated social organization and labor management. Erecting large stones, designing precise layouts, and coordinating seasonal labor required centralized planning, communal effort, and the transmission of technical knowledge across generations. Apprenticeship systems, communal rituals, and oral traditions likely facilitated the transfer of skills and knowledge, ensuring consistency and refinement in monumental construction. The scale and precision of these projects indicate that these societies were capable of organizing complex tasks over extended periods, integrating empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural values into cohesive achievements. Environmental adaptation played a critical role in the success of these ancient European societies. Many megalithic sites are located in regions with challenging terrain, from rolling hills to marshy plains, requiring careful selection of construction sites and adaptation of techniques to local conditions. Builders demonstrated empirical understanding of stone properties, soil stability, and drainage, ensuring that structures remained durable and functional despite environmental stresses. In addition, the orientation of monuments often took into account topographical features, natural sightlines, and the surrounding landscape, reflecting a sophisticated integration of natural observation into architectural and ceremonial planning. The symbolic and ceremonial dimensions of European megalithic structures reveal a holistic approach to knowledge. Monuments were often designed to serve as ritual spaces, observatories, and community gathering points simultaneously. The integration of celestial alignments, geometric precision, and spatial organization suggests that technical mastery was inseparable from spiritual and cultural expression. Knowledge about astronomy, geometry, and engineering was encoded in the very fabric of the constructions, preserving and transmitting both practical and symbolic information across generations. This multidimensional integration of skills and understanding reflects a worldview in which empirical observation, technical capability, and cultural meaning were deeply intertwined. Durability and resilience were central to the design and construction of megalithic monuments. Stone circles, passage tombs, and dolmens have endured millennia of climatic variation, erosion, and human activity, testifying to the empirical understanding of material properties and structural forces possessed by their builders. The careful selection, shaping, and placement of stones allowed these societies to create structures capable of withstanding both natural and anthropogenic pressures. The endurance of these monuments highlights the meticulous planning, observational insight, and practical experimentation that underpinned their construction. Globally, the European megalithic achievements resonate with patterns seen in other advanced ancient civilizations, including Egypt, South Asia, Mesoamerica, the Andes, and the Mediterranean. Monumental construction, astronomical alignment, environmental adaptation, integration of symbolism, and social organization recur across cultures separated by vast distances and epochs, suggesting that advanced technical and intellectual capabilities are fundamental features of human societies. The European megalithic tradition exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that even prehistoric societies, with limited technology, could achieve extraordinary precision, coordination, and cultural expression. Ultimately, the megalithic structures of prehistoric Europe challenge conventional narratives about the technological and intellectual limits of early societies. Their mastery of stone construction, astronomical alignment, environmental adaptation, and social organization reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring monuments. The precision, durability, and symbolic sophistication of these structures illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and spiritual knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. These monuments stand as timeless testaments to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient European civilizations, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and available technology. Across the arid deserts and river valleys of Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, ancient societies such as the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians developed technological, architectural, and intellectual achievements that continue to astonish modern scholars. These civilizations, flourishing between roughly 3500 BCE and 600 BCE, laid the foundations for writing, urban planning, monumental construction, mathematics, and astronomy. Despite being thousands of years removed from the present, their artifacts, inscriptions, and architectural remains reveal a sophisticated understanding of engineering, empirical observation, and societal organization that challenges conventional assumptions about early human capability and ingenuity. One of the most remarkable aspects of Mesopotamian civilization is its mastery of urban planning and monumental architecture. Cities such as Uruk, Nippur, and Babylon were meticulously laid out, incorporating temples, palaces, administrative centers, marketplaces, and residential areas into cohesive, functional complexes. The ziggurats, massive step pyramids built from mud bricks and faced with fired bricks, demonstrate not only architectural ambition but also an understanding of load-bearing, structural stability, and long-term durability. These towering structures, often dedicated to the gods, required careful calculation of dimensions, weight distribution, and alignment, illustrating an empirical approach to construction that combined technical knowledge with religious and cultural symbolism. The precision, scale, and endurance of these buildings reveal the integration of practical engineering, administrative planning, and spiritual purpose. The engineering achievements of Mesopotamian societies extended far beyond monumental structures. Hydraulic engineering, including canals, dams, and irrigation networks, transformed the landscape of the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys, allowing agriculture to flourish in regions prone to seasonal flooding and aridity. Canals channeled water to fields, regulated flow to prevent soil erosion, and provided routes for transportation and trade. The ability to plan, construct, and maintain these extensive hydraulic systems demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of hydrology, terrain, and materials. Moreover, the coordination of labor, resources, and administrative oversight required to implement these projects highlights the organizational complexity necessary for sustained technological achievement at a societal scale. The invention of writing, particularly cuneiform script, represents another extraordinary accomplishment of Mesopotamian civilizations. Initially developed for record-keeping, trade, and administration, writing soon evolved to encode law, literature, science, and astronomical observation. The ability to translate spoken language into written symbols, and to use this system for the systematic documentation of economic, legal, and scientific knowledge, indicates a highly developed cognitive framework and technical skill. Cuneiform tablets preserve evidence of complex mathematics, including multiplication, division, and geometry, as well as detailed astronomical records that allowed Mesopotamian scholars to predict celestial events. The creation and use of writing reflect the integration of intellectual innovation, empirical observation, and practical application in ways that laid the foundation for future civilizations. Astronomy and mathematics were closely tied to architecture, agriculture, and ritual in Mesopotamia. Observatories in cities like Babylon and Ur allowed scholars to track planetary movements, lunar cycles, and solar patterns, which informed calendars, religious festivals, and agricultural planning. Architectural alignments of temples and ziggurats sometimes corresponded with celestial events, reflecting a worldview in which cosmic order and human activity were interconnected. The precise mathematical calculations required to measure angles, align structures, and track celestial phenomena underscore the technical sophistication of these societies, demonstrating their ability to translate abstract observation into practical and symbolic applications. Artistic and symbolic expression in Mesopotamia further illustrates the depth of technical and intellectual capability. Bas-reliefs, statues, cylinder seals, and intricate jewelry exhibit remarkable craftsmanship, precision, and narrative complexity. Reliefs depicting battles, rituals, and mythological scenes required both artistic skill and understanding of proportion, perspective, and composition. Cylinder seals, used to mark ownership and authenticate documents, display intricate engraving on a miniature scale, reflecting advanced manual dexterity and conceptual planning. These artistic achievements were not merely decorative but encoded social, political, and religious meaning, demonstrating that technical mastery, cognitive sophistication, and cultural expression were deeply intertwined. The logistics of construction, agriculture, and artistic production in Mesopotamia reflect sophisticated social organization and administrative capability. Large-scale projects, such as ziggurats, canals, and urban centers, required coordination of skilled artisans, laborers, engineers, and bureaucrats over extended periods. Knowledge was transmitted through apprenticeship, institutional training, and written documentation, ensuring continuity and refinement of technical expertise across generations. Centralized governance and administrative systems facilitated the mobilization of resources, the enforcement of labor obligations, and the integration of practical, spiritual, and intellectual knowledge, enabling complex societal endeavors that combined functionality, durability, and symbolic meaning. Durability and resilience were central considerations in Mesopotamian construction. Buildings, walls, and infrastructure were designed to withstand environmental pressures, including flooding, seismic activity, and seasonal variations in temperature and moisture. Mud bricks, fired bricks, and stone were carefully selected and combined to optimize structural stability, while construction techniques evolved through empirical observation and iterative experimentation. This pragmatic approach ensured that monumental architecture, urban layouts, and hydraulic systems remained functional and coherent over centuries, demonstrating a profound understanding of materials, environmental conditions, and engineering principles. Globally, the technical and intellectual achievements of Mesopotamia resonate with those of other advanced ancient civilizations, including Egypt, South Asia, Mesoamerica, the Andes, and Europe. Monumental architecture, urban planning, environmental adaptation, astronomical observation, and the integration of symbolic meaning recur across distant cultures and epochs, suggesting that the capacity for advanced technological and intellectual accomplishment is a recurring trait of human societies. Mesopotamia exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that complex engineering, empirical observation, and cultural sophistication can arise in diverse geographic and temporal contexts, often independently of modern technological tools. Ultimately, the architecture, engineering, mathematics, astronomy, and artistic achievements of Mesopotamian civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the limitations of early societies. Their mastery of urban planning, hydraulic engineering, monumental construction, writing, and observational science reflects civilizations capable of harmonizing empirical knowledge, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring accomplishments. The precision, durability, and symbolic sophistication of their structures, inscriptions, and artifacts illustrate societies in which practical, intellectual, and spiritual knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The monuments and artifacts of Mesopotamia stand as enduring evidence of the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient peoples, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and available technology. Across the sun-scorched landscapes and river valleys of the Indian subcontinent, ancient civilizations such as the Indus Valley, Mauryan, and Gupta cultures achieved extraordinary levels of technological, architectural, and intellectual sophistication. Flourishing thousands of years ago, these societies constructed planned cities, developed standardized measurement systems, created intricate artifacts, and advanced knowledge in metallurgy, mathematics, and astronomy. The remarkable precision, scale, and complexity of their achievements challenge modern assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations and demonstrate a profound integration of empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision. One of the most striking examples of ancient Indian urban planning is the Indus Valley Civilization, flourishing between approximately 2600 and 1900 BCE. Cities such as Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Dhalavira exhibit meticulously laid-out street grids, standardized brick sizes, and sophisticated drainage systems. Roads were aligned in orthogonal patterns, facilitating efficient movement and organization, while public and private buildings were equipped with indoor plumbing and sanitation systems, including wells, baths, and covered drains. The uniformity of brick dimensions across distant sites suggests centralized regulation or shared standards, reflecting advanced social organization and technical knowledge. The ability to plan, design, and implement these urban layouts with such precision indicates a sophisticated understanding of engineering, materials, and environmental adaptation. Hydraulic and water management engineering played a crucial role in sustaining Indus Valley cities. Complex networks of canals, reservoirs, and step wells controlled water flow, ensured irrigation, and provided drinking water for dense urban populations. The Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro, a massive water-retaining structure, exemplifies advanced understanding of waterproofing, stone and brick construction, and hydraulic principles. These systems not only served practical needs but also supported ceremonial and cultural functions, illustrating the integration of engineering knowledge with social and ritual life. The ingenuity displayed in water management demonstrates that ancient Indian societies possessed both empirical observation skills and practical problem-solving abilities essential for long-term urban sustainability. Metallurgy and material craftsmanship in ancient India further underscore technical sophistication. Artifacts crafted from bronze, copper, gold, and semi-precious stones exhibit precise shaping, intricate decoration, and advanced understanding of alloy composition. Bronze figurines, ritual vessels, and tools were produced using techniques such as lost wax casting, enabling the creation of complex shapes with high fidelity. Gold and silver objects, including ornaments and ceremonial items, required mastery of hammering, casting, and polishing methods, demonstrating both technical expertise and aesthetic sensibility. The combination of functional, ceremonial, and artistic requirements reflects a culture in which empirical knowledge, craftsmanship, and symbolic expression were deeply intertwined. Astronomy and mathematical knowledge were integral to ancient Indian culture and technology. Observatories, calendrical systems, and astronomical references embedded in texts indicate a sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles. Scholars tracked planetary motions, predicted eclipses, and developed intricate calendars that guided agriculture, ritual, and governance. Mathematical systems, including early forms of decimal notation, algebra, and geometry, supported urban planning, architectural design, and the calculation of astronomical phenomena. The integration of mathematics, astronomy, and practical applications illustrates a holistic approach to knowledge, in which empirical observation, theoretical understanding, and cultural practice were seamlessly combined. The organization of labor and social coordination played a pivotal role in the accomplishments of ancient Indian civilizations. Constructing cities with precise street grids, monumental buildings, and hydraulic systems required coordination among skilled artisans, laborers, engineers, and administrators. Standardization of materials, tools, and construction methods points to systematic knowledge transmission, likely facilitated through apprenticeship, communal practices, and institutional oversight. Centralized planning and administrative control enabled large-scale projects to be executed with consistency and efficiency, reflecting a society capable of mobilizing resources and technical expertise over extended periods. Symbolism and cultural integration were inseparable from technical mastery. Architectural layouts, decorative motifs, and ritual artifacts were designed to reflect cosmological principles, social hierarchy, and religious beliefs. Temples, stupas, and ceremonial platforms were carefully aligned with cardinal points, celestial events, or symbolic axes, demonstrating the application of geometric and astronomical knowledge to architectural design. Artifacts, inscriptions, and carvings served both functional and communicative purposes, encoding cultural narratives, technical knowledge, and spiritual meaning. The inseparability of practical skill, intellectual understanding, and symbolic expression illustrates a holistic worldview in which technology, art, and culture reinforced one another. Durability and resilience were central to the construction of ancient Indian structures. Brick and stone buildings were engineered to withstand environmental stresses, including seasonal monsoons, flooding, and temperature variation. Foundations were carefully prepared, walls reinforced, and drainage integrated to ensure long-term stability and functionality. Hydraulic structures, from wells to reservoirs, were designed to retain water efficiently and withstand sedimentation and erosion. The empirical knowledge applied to material selection, construction techniques, and environmental adaptation highlights a civilization that observed, tested, and refined methods to ensure enduring results. Globally, the achievements of ancient India resonate with patterns observed in other advanced civilizations, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, Mesoamerica, and Europe. Monumental construction, urban planning, environmental adaptation, mathematical precision, and symbolic integration recur across cultures separated by geography and time, suggesting that advanced technological and intellectual capability is a universal feature of human societies. Ancient India exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that complex engineering, observational science, and cultural sophistication can emerge independently and produce remarkable, enduring legacies. Ultimately, the urban, architectural, engineering, and intellectual accomplishments of ancient Indian civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the limitations of early societies. Their mastery of urban planning, water management, metallurgy, mathematics, astronomy, and artistic expression reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into lasting achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their cities, structures, and artifacts illustrate a society in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. Ancient India's monuments and innovations stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of early civilizations, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and available technology. Across the arid deserts, fertile plains, and mountainous regions of the Middle East, the civilizations of Anatolia, Persia, and the Levant achieved remarkable feats of engineering, architecture, and cultural sophistication that continue to intrigue historians and archaeologists. From the monumental palaces and fortresses of the Hittites to the intricate water systems of Persia and the enigmatic artifacts of ancient Levantine cultures, these societies demonstrated technical mastery, environmental adaptation, and artistic innovation that challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of pre-classical civilizations. Their achievements reflect an extraordinary ability to combine practical problem-solving, empirical observation, and cultural vision into structures and systems that were both functional and symbolically significant. One of the most striking examples of technical and architectural sophistication in this region is the palace complexes of the Hittites, particularly at Hattusa, the Hittite capital. These sprawling sites, strategically located atop hills and fortified with massive stone walls, exhibit advanced planning, structural engineering, and defensive design. Gates and walls were constructed using large, precisely cut stones, often fitted without mortar, demonstrating an empirical understanding of load distribution, stability, and seismic resilience. The internal layout of palaces, administrative buildings, and temples reflects meticulous attention to circulation, functional zoning, and ceremonial requirements, revealing a culture capable of harmonizing practical needs with symbolic and political considerations. The construction of such monumental complexes required remarkable logistical coordination. Stone quarries were often located kilometers away, necessitating the transport of enormous blocks across challenging terrain without modern machinery. Skilled laborers, engineers, and artisans had to work in concert with planners and administrators to execute projects that could span years or decades. This level of organization implies sophisticated social structures, hierarchical labor management, and a robust system for transmitting technical knowledge. The precision and scale of Hittite architecture demonstrate not only the mastery of construction techniques but also the ability to mobilize and sustain large, multi-generational projects. Persian civilizations, particularly during the Achaemenid Empire, expanded these technical achievements into monumental engineering, hydraulic systems, and urban planning on an even grander scale. The palaces of Persepolis, with their intricate reliefs, massive columns, and carefully aligned terraces, illustrate an advanced understanding of structural engineering, aesthetics, and ceremonial symbolism. Columns and staircases were designed with precise proportions and load-bearing calculations, while expansive courtyards and audience halls facilitated both governance and ritual practice. The precision, scale, and integration of functional and symbolic elements in Persian architecture highlight the empire's ability to merge technical expertise with cultural expression on a monumental scale. Hydraulic engineering in the Persian Empire also reflects advanced environmental adaptation and technical ingenuity. Qanats, an extensive system of underground channels, were constructed to transport water from distant aquifers to urban centers and agricultural regions across arid landscapes. These subterranean conduits required careful surveying, precise gradient calculations, and mastery of materials to ensure consistent water flow without excessive loss or contamination. Reservoirs, cisterns, and irrigation networks further illustrate an empirical understanding of hydrology, soil properties, and landscape management. The scale and sophistication of these systems enabled urban expansion, agricultural productivity, and societal stability in regions that would otherwise have been inhospitable. Art and symbolism were deeply intertwined with technical mastery in these civilizations. Reliefs, inscriptions, and artifacts found in Hittite, Persian, and Levantine sites demonstrate advanced craftsmanship, meticulous attention to detail, and complex iconography. Sculptures and carved reliefs convey political, religious, and cosmological narratives, while ceremonial objects and tools display functional precision alongside aesthetic sophistication. These creations indicate that technical knowledge was not merely utilitarian but was employed to reinforce social hierarchies, cultural identity, and spiritual beliefs. The integration of practical skill, symbolic meaning, and artistic vision underscores a worldview in which knowledge and creativity were inseparable. The construction and maintenance of monumental architecture and hydraulic systems required sophisticated social organization and labor management. Large projects involved coordination among masons, artisans, engineers, surveyors, and administrators, often over extended periods. Knowledge transmission likely occurred through apprenticeship, formal instruction, and communal practices, ensuring that technical expertise was preserved and refined across generations. Centralized authority and bureaucratic oversight allowed for efficient resource allocation, labor mobilization, and adherence to technical and aesthetic standards. This organizational capacity facilitated the execution of complex projects that combined functionality, durability, and cultural significance. Durability and resilience were central to the design of both architectural and hydraulic structures in the Middle East. Stone walls, palaces, and fortifications were engineered to withstand environmental pressures, including earthquakes, seasonal rainfall, and temperature extremes. Hydraulic conduits, canets, and reservoirs were constructed to maintain functionality over decades or centuries, demonstrating empirical understanding of materials, structural forces, and long-term sustainability. The careful selection of materials, iterative refinement of construction techniques, and adaptation to environmental conditions reflect civilizations capable of observing, experimenting, and applying knowledge to produce enduring results. Astronomy and mathematics were also closely linked to the technological and architectural achievements of these civilizations. Alignments of palaces, temples, and ceremonial platforms with celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes, suggest careful observation of the sun, moon, and stars, and the ability to translate this knowledge into precise construction planning. Measurement systems, geometric calculations, and proportional design principles facilitated monumental architecture and urban layouts, reflecting a culture that integrated empirical observation, mathematical reasoning, and cultural or spiritual significance. This holistic approach underscores the intellectual depth and technical sophistication of Middle Eastern societies. Globally, the accomplishments of Anatolian, Persian, and Levantine civilizations resonate with patterns observed in Egypt, Mesopotamia, South Asia, Mesoamerica, the Andes, and Europe. Monumental construction, precise alignment, hydraulic engineering, environmental adaptation, symbolic integration, and social organization recur across cultures separated by vast distances and historical periods. These parallels suggest that advanced technological and intellectual capacity is a recurring feature of human societies and that ingenuity, observation, and coordination can produce extraordinary outcomes independent of modern tools. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, hydraulic, and artistic achievements of Middle Eastern civilizations challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of early societies. Their mastery of monumental construction, water management, astronomical alignment, urban planning, and material craftsmanship reflects civilizations capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring, monumental accomplishments. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their structures and artifacts illustrate societies in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The monuments, hydraulic systems, and artifacts of Anatolia, Persia, and the Levant stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient peoples, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and available technology. Across the dense jungles, river valleys, and rugged highlands of Southeast Asia, ancient civilizations such as the Khmer, Cham, and Srivijaya cultures created architectural, artistic, and engineering marvels that continue to astonish scholars and travelers alike. These civilizations, flourishing between approximately 500 CE and 1500 CE, constructed vast temple complexes, intricate water management systems, and monumental sculptures, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of engineering, material manipulation, and cultural symbolism. The scale, precision, and sophistication of these accomplishments challenge conventional assumptions about the technological and intellectual capabilities of pre-modern Southeast Asian societies and highlight a profound integration of practical skill, empirical observation, and spiritual vision. One of the most remarkable examples of architectural ingenuity in Southeast Asia is the temple complex of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, constructed by the Khmer Empire in the early 12th century. Spanning more than 162 hectares, Angkor Wat exemplifies precise geometric planning, sophisticated construction techniques, and symbolic alignment with cosmological principles. The complex incorporates a central tower representing Mount Meru, the sacred axis of the universe in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, surrounded by concentric galleries, moats, and causeways that reflect both practical and ceremonial considerations. The construction of Angkor Wat required transporting and shaping millions of sandstone blocks, some weighing several tons, over considerable distances without modern machinery, demanding advanced logistical planning, empirical knowledge of materials, and innovative engineering solutions. The Khmer engineers demonstrated extraordinary skill in stone carving and material manipulation. Each block of sandstone was carefully quarried, shaped, and fitted with precision to ensure stability and durability, while intricate bas-reliefs and sculptures conveyed religious, historical, and mythological narratives. Carvings depict scenes of battle, procession, cosmology, and ritual, reflecting not only aesthetic sensibility but also the ability to integrate artistic expression with structural integrity. The meticulous craftsmanship of Khmer artisans illustrates a deep understanding of geometry, material properties, and the interplay between form, function, and symbolic meaning. Water management and hydraulic engineering were equally essential to the success of Southeast Asian civilizations, particularly the Khmer Empire. The extensive barays, canals, reservoirs, and moats surrounding temple complexes such as Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom demonstrate an advanced understanding of hydrology, seasonal water flow, and irrigation. These systems supported agriculture, urban centers, and ceremonial functions while preventing flooding and soil erosion. The precise grading, construction, and maintenance of these hydraulic networks required careful observation, empirical experimentation, and sophisticated planning, allowing Khmer engineers to manipulate their environment in ways that sustained both population and infrastructure over centuries. Astronomy and cosmology were deeply intertwined with architectural planning and ceremonial practices. Temples, terraces, and causeways were often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or cardinal points, reflecting a deliberate integration of celestial observation into construction. This alignment facilitated ritual practice, agricultural planning, and symbolic expression, demonstrating that Southeast Asian architects and planners were capable of translating empirical astronomical knowledge into practical, enduring, and culturally meaningful forms. The combination of precise observation, mathematical calculation, and symbolic integration exemplifies the intellectual depth and technical sophistication of these civilizations. Social organization and labor coordination were crucial to executing these monumental projects. Constructing temple complexes, hydraulic networks, and urban infrastructure required mobilizing thousands of skilled artisans, laborers, engineers, and administrators. Knowledge transmission likely occurred through apprenticeship, communal instruction, and ceremonial practices, ensuring the continuity and refinement of technical skills across generations. Centralized governance, under the authority of the king or ruling elite, allowed for effective allocation of resources, labor, and materials, enabling the execution of projects that were both structurally sound and culturally significant. The integration of administrative capability with technical expertise reflects a society capable of sustaining large-scale, multi-generational endeavors. Durability and resilience were fundamental considerations in Southeast Asian construction. Stone blocks and sandstone carvings were carefully selected, treated, and positioned to withstand tropical weather, monsoon rains, and seasonal flooding. Hydraulic structures were engineered to maintain water flow, prevent sedimentation, and resist erosion, while urban planning minimized environmental impact and maximized efficiency. The empirical understanding of materials, environmental conditions, and construction techniques ensured that structures remained functional and coherent over centuries, allowing subsequent generations to inherit, adapt, and build upon existing infrastructure. Artistic expression was inseparable from technical mastery in these civilizations. Bas-reliefs, statues, and decorative motifs were carefully integrated into architectural structures, combining aesthetic beauty with symbolic meaning. Religious narratives, historical events, and mythological themes were communicated through intricate carvings and spatial arrangements, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of visual storytelling, proportion, and spatial dynamics. Functional objects, ceremonial artifacts, and monumental sculptures were crafted with both technical precision and cultural intention, demonstrating that empirical skill, cognitive reasoning, and symbolic communication were deeply interwoven. Environmental adaptation was a hallmark of Southeast Asian engineering. Builders accounted for local materials, topography, climate, and seasonal variations in constructing temples, urban centers, and irrigation systems. The selection of stone quarries, construction sites, and hydraulic pathways was guided by empirical observation and experimentation, ensuring both practicality and durability. Architectural techniques were adapted to mitigate humidity, heavy rainfall, and vegetation growth, reflecting a culture in which construction methods were closely aligned with environmental understanding. Globally, the achievements of Southeast Asian civilizations resonate with patterns observed in ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, Mesoamerica, South Asia, and Europe. Monumental construction, hydraulic engineering, urban planning, astronomical alignment, artistic integration, and social organization recur across disparate cultures, indicating that advanced technological and intellectual capability is a fundamental aspect of human societies. Southeast Asia exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that complex engineering, observational science, and cultural sophistication can emerge independently in diverse environmental and historical contexts. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, artistic, and hydraulic accomplishments of Southeast Asian civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the limitations of pre-modern societies. Their mastery of temple construction, water management, astronomical alignment, material craftsmanship, and urban planning reflects civilizations capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring, monumental achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their structures and artifacts illustrate societies in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The monuments, hydraulic networks, and artifacts of the Khmer, Cham, and Srivijaya civilizations stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient Southeast Asian peoples, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and technological limitations. Across the arid deserts and fertile valleys of North Africa, the civilizations of the Sahara and Sahel regions, including the Garamantes, Nubians, and ancient Libyans, left behind a legacy of remarkable engineering, architecture, and cultural sophistication that continues to intrigue scholars and explorers. Though often overshadowed by the monumental achievements of Egypt to the north, these societies demonstrated extraordinary ingenuity in adapting to harsh environments, constructing complex settlements, and developing trade networks that linked disparate regions. Their accomplishments, including underground water systems, fortified towns, and intricately crafted artifacts, challenge conventional assumptions about the technological and intellectual capabilities of early African civilizations and reveal a profound integration of practical problem-solving, empirical observation, and cultural expression. One of the most striking examples of technical mastery in this region is the Garamantian civilization, which thrived in the Fezzan region of modern-day Libya between approximately 500 BCE and 700 CE. The Garamantes developed sophisticated urban centers, such as the city of Garama, incorporating fortified structures, residential areas, and ceremonial spaces. What sets these cities apart is the ingenious system of underground channels known as fogaras, which transported water from aquifers deep beneath the desert surface to sustain agriculture and urban populations. These subterranean networks required precise knowledge of topography, water pressure, and construction techniques, enabling the Garamantes to cultivate crops and maintain settlements in an environment that would otherwise have been inhospitable. The engineering of fogaras demonstrates a deep empirical understanding of both geology and hydraulics. Constructing these channels involved the careful excavation of tunnels with consistent gradients to allow water to flow naturally over long distances without pumps or machinery. Ventilation shafts were incorporated at regular intervals, allowing for maintenance and ensuring structural integrity. The durability and efficiency of these systems indicate extensive observation, experimentation, and iterative refinement, reflecting a civilization capable of translating environmental knowledge into sustainable infrastructure. These innovations not only supported daily life but also facilitated agricultural surplus, social stability, and trade with neighboring regions, illustrating the critical interplay between technology, economy, and societal development. Beyond hydraulic engineering, the Garamantes and other Saharan civilizations exhibited sophisticated architectural and defensive capabilities. Fortified towns, watchtowers, and stone walls were strategically placed to protect settlements and control trade routes across the desert. Stone and mud brick construction techniques were adapted to local materials and climatic conditions, ensuring durability against extreme heat, sandstorms, and seasonal rainfall. The planning of urban layouts, including residential quarters, ceremonial areas, and marketplaces, reveals a deliberate understanding of functionality, social hierarchy, and environmental adaptation. These settlements reflect a culture in which technical expertise, empirical knowledge, and societal organization were closely intertwined. Trade and connectivity were also vital to the prosperity of Saharan civilizations. Caravans transported goods such as salt, gold, ivory, and agricultural products across vast desert distances, linking the Garamantes, Nubians, and other regional powers with Mediterranean and sub-Saharan societies. This extensive trade network required logistical planning, navigational skill, and knowledge of seasonal and environmental conditions. Oases and fortified trading posts were strategically positioned to support these long-distance exchanges, illustrating a sophisticated understanding of geography, resource management, and infrastructure. The integration of trade, settlement planning, and technological innovation highlights the multidimensional ingenuity of these ancient societies. Artistic and material culture in Saharan civilizations further underscores technical mastery and cultural sophistication. Jewelry, pottery, weapons, and ceremonial objects exhibit meticulous craftsmanship, aesthetic sensibility, and symbolic meaning. Metallurgical skills, particularly in iron and bronze, allowed for the production of functional tools, weapons, and ornaments with precise shapes and durability. Pottery and ceramic objects were both utilitarian and decorative, often incorporating intricate designs that conveyed cultural, spiritual, or social significance. The combination of functionality, aesthetic quality, and symbolic communication demonstrates that empirical skill, cognitive reasoning, and cultural expression were deeply interconnected. Social organization and labor coordination were essential for the execution of hydraulic, architectural, and trade-related projects. Constructing fogaras, fortifications, and urban centers required mobilizing skilled laborers, engineers, artisans, and administrators over extended periods. Knowledge transmission likely occurred through apprenticeship, ritualized instruction, and communal practices, ensuring continuity and refinement of technical expertise across generations. Centralized governance or coordination by ruling elites facilitated resource allocation, labor mobilization, and adherence to technical standards, enabling complex projects that integrated functionality, durability, and cultural significance. Durability and resilience were central to both construction and hydraulic systems. Stone and mud brick buildings were designed to withstand environmental stresses, including extreme heat, shifting sands, and seasonal rainfall. Subterranean water channels were constructed to resist collapse, sedimentation, and erosion, ensuring long-term functionality. The careful empirical understanding of materials, structural forces, and environmental conditions allowed Saharan civilizations to produce enduring infrastructure and settlements, demonstrating sophisticated observation, experimentation, and applied knowledge. Astronomy, navigation, and environmental awareness were also integral to technological and societal achievements. Celestial observation assisted with timing agricultural activities, guiding caravans, and aligning ceremonial or civic structures. Knowledge of stars, seasonal cycles, and wind patterns was systematically applied to practical challenges, including water distribution, crop management, and trade route planning. The integration of observational science with practical application highlights the intellectual depth and empirical sophistication of these civilizations, revealing a comprehensive approach to knowledge that combined natural observation, technical skill, and societal needs. Globally, the achievements of Saharan and North African civilizations resonate with patterns observed in Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, Mesoamerica, South Asia, and Europe. Monumental architecture, hydraulic engineering, environmental adaptation, trade networks, and symbolic integration recur across cultures separated by geography and time, suggesting that advanced technical and intellectual capabilities are a recurring feature of human societies. These civilizations exemplify the ability of human ingenuity to flourish under diverse and challenging environmental conditions, producing solutions that are both functional and culturally meaningful. Ultimately, the hydraulic, architectural, trade, and artistic accomplishments of Saharan and North African civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the technological and intellectual limits of pre-modern societies. Their mastery of subterranean water systems, fortified settlements, trade networks, and material craftsmanship reflects civilizations capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring, sustainable achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their structures, artifacts, and infrastructure illustrate societies in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The monuments, water systems, and material culture of the Garamantes, Nubians, and ancient Libyans stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of early African civilizations, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and environmental challenges. Across the vast landscapes of Mesoamerica, spanning modern-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, ancient civilizations such as the Olmec, Maya, Zapotec, and Aztec achieved extraordinary feats of architecture, astronomy, engineering, and artistic expression. Flourishing from as early as 1500 BCE to the early 16th century CE, these societies constructed monumental pyramids, ceremonial centers, and intricate urban complexes that continue to baffle modern researchers with their scale, precision, and technical sophistication. Despite the absence of metal tools for large-scale construction or draft animals for transportation, these civilizations demonstrated an advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and environmental adaptation, producing enduring legacies that challenge conventional narratives of pre-Columbian capabilities. The Olmec civilization, often regarded as Mesoamerica's first major urban culture, laid the foundations for later societies through monumental architecture and cultural innovations. The colossal heads of La Venta and San Lorenzo, carved from basalt, weigh several tons each and were transported over great distances without wheeled vehicles, requiring remarkable logistical planning and coordination. These sculptures, with their precise proportions and expressive detail, reflect not only technical skill in stone carving but also a sophisticated cultural vision capable of combining symbolism, identity, and authority in enduring artifacts. The Olmecs also developed early urban centers with plazas, ceremonial mounds, and complex drainage systems, demonstrating knowledge of spatial organization, hydrology, and environmental adaptation. Maya civilization represents one of the most remarkable achievements in pre-Columbian urban planning, architecture, and science. Cities such as Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Chichen Itza showcase massive pyramids, palaces, ball courts, and observatories, all carefully aligned with astronomical phenomena. The Maya integrated knowledge of solar, lunar, and planetary cycles into the design of ceremonial platforms, temple orientations, and calendar systems, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and its practical and ritual significance. Their ability to translate these observations into precise architectural alignments underscores a culture capable of merging empirical science with spiritual and civic purpose, producing structures that are both functional and symbolically resonant. Mathematics and calendrical knowledge were deeply embedded in Maya society. The development of a vigesimal, base 20, numeral system, combined with the concept of zero, enabled the calculation of complex cycles, including the Tzolk'in and Hab calendars, as well as the long count system that tracked historical and cosmological events over millennia. These numerical innovations facilitated architectural planning, astronomical predictions, and administrative record-keeping, illustrating an advanced cognitive framework capable of abstract reasoning and practical application. The integration of mathematical precision into construction, ritual, and civic life demonstrates the Maya capacity to harmonize intellectual rigor with cultural expression. The Zapotec and Mixtec civilizations further highlight technical mastery and cultural sophistication in Mesoamerica. Sites such as Monte Alban and Mitla reveal advanced urban planning, terracing, and architectural innovation. Monte Alban, perched atop a mountain plateau, features plazas, pyramids, and residential compounds carefully arranged to maximize visibility, defense, and ceremonial function. The construction of terraces, retaining walls, and water management systems reflects a nuanced understanding of topography, soil mechanics, and hydrology, allowing large populations to inhabit challenging landscapes sustainably. These societies demonstrated the ability to manipulate natural environments to suit social, religious, and economic needs, integrating engineering knowledge with cultural purpose. Aztec civilization, which emerged in the Valley of Mexico, represents a culmination of Mesoamerican urban and engineering expertise. Tenochtitlan, built on a series of islands in Lake Texcoco, featured causeways, canals, and aqueducts that facilitated transportation, water supply, and flood control. The city's urban layout integrated residential, ceremonial, and administrative zones with remarkable efficiency, reflecting advanced planning and environmental adaptation. The construction of temples, pyramids, and ceremonial platforms required precise measurement, structural knowledge, and coordination of labor, demonstrating the ability to harmonize technical, social, and ritual demands within densely populated urban centers. Aztec water management and infrastructure highlight empirical observation, problem-solving skills, and organizational capability on a scale rarely seen in pre-modern societies. Art and symbolism were inseparable from technical mastery in Mesoamerican civilizations. Bas-reliefs, sculpture, ceramics, textiles, and codices conveyed religious narratives, historical events, and societal hierarchies while demonstrating extraordinary precision and aesthetic sensibility. Monumental sculptures, such as the Olmec heads, Maya stele, and Aztec calendar stone, required advanced understanding of stone properties, carving techniques, and proportion. Ceremonial artifacts were carefully crafted to integrate functionality, durability, and symbolic meaning, reflecting a worldview in which technology, artistry, and spirituality were deeply intertwined. These creations reveal not only technical and artistic skill but also cognitive sophistication and cultural intentionality. Environmental adaptation was a hallmark of Mesoamerican engineering. The Maya, Zapotec, and Aztec civilizations constructed terraces, reservoirs, canals, and causeways to manage water, prevent erosion, and maximize agricultural output. Knowledge of soil fertility, seasonal rainfall, and local hydrology was applied to optimize cultivation and sustain urban populations. Construction techniques were adapted to climate, terrain, and available materials, demonstrating an empirical, observational approach to problem solving. The integration of environmental awareness into architecture, urban planning, and infrastructure reflects a sophisticated understanding of human-environment interaction. Social organization and labor coordination were essential to the achievements of Mesoamerican civilizations. Monumental construction, urban development, and infrastructure projects required mobilizing thousands of laborers, artisans, engineers, and administrators. Knowledge transmission occurred through apprenticeship, communal training, and ritualized instruction, ensuring the continuity and refinement of technical expertise. Centralized political and religious authority facilitated resource allocation, labor mobilization, and adherence to technical and aesthetic standards, enabling complex, multi-generational projects that combined functionality, durability, and symbolic significance. Durability and resilience were critical considerations in Mesoamerican construction. Pyramids, temples, palaces, and terraces were engineered to withstand environmental stresses, including seasonal rainfall, earthquakes, and soil erosion. Stone carving, mortar use, and careful alignment ensured structural stability and longevity. Hydraulic infrastructure, including canals, reservoirs, and aqueducts, was designed to maintain water flow and resist sedimentation, demonstrating a practical understanding of fluid dynamics and civil engineering. These empirical insights allowed Mesoamerican civilizations to produce enduring monuments, urban centers, and infrastructure capable of supporting large populations over centuries. Globally, the achievements of Mesoamerican civilizations resonate with patterns observed in Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Andes, South Asia, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Monumental construction, urban planning, environmental adaptation, astronomical alignment, artistic integration, and social organization recur across distant cultures separated by geography and time, suggesting that advanced technological and intellectual capabilities are a fundamental feature of human societies. Mesoamerica exemplifies this pattern, demonstrating that complex engineering, observational science, and cultural sophistication can emerge independently and produce remarkable, enduring legacies. Ultimately, the architectural, engineering, artistic, and astronomical accomplishments of Mesoamerican civilizations challenge conventional narratives about the limitations of pre-Columbian societies. Their mastery of urban planning, monumental construction, hydraulic engineering, mathematics, astronomy, and artistic expression reflects societies capable of harmonizing empirical observation, technical skill, and cultural vision into enduring achievements. The precision, durability, and conceptual sophistication of their structures, artifacts, and infrastructure illustrate civilizations in which practical, intellectual, and symbolic knowledge were inseparable, producing legacies that continue to inspire awe, provoke inquiry, and expand our understanding of human potential. The pyramids, temples, urban complexes, and artistic masterpieces of the Olmec, Maya, Zapotec, and Aztec people stand as enduring testimony to the ingenuity, creativity, and technical mastery of ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, reminding us that extraordinary human achievement transcends time, geography, and available technology. Across the towering Andes Mountains, arid plateaus, and fertile river valleys of South America, ancient civilizations such as the Inca, Tiwanaku, Nazca, and Moche developed architectural, engineering, and agricultural systems that continue to astound modern researchers with their scale, precision, and sophistication. These societies, flourishing between approximately 1000 BCE and the early 16th century CE, achieved remarkable feats in urban planning, hydraulic engineering, road construction, astronomy, and artistic expression, demonstrating an extraordinary ability to adapt to challenging environments and integrate technical knowledge with cultural and spiritual practices. The complexity and durability of these accomplishments challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations and reveal a profound integration of empirical observation, technical skill, and societal organization. One of the most striking examples of architectural and engineering mastery in the Andes is the Inca city of Machu Picchu. Perched atop a steep mountain ridge at over 2,400 meters above sea level, the city demonstrates exceptional skill in site selection, structural engineering, and urban planning. Terraces were constructed to prevent erosion, maximize arable land, and manage water runoff, while foundations were carefully prepared to ensure stability on a seismically active landscape. Buildings were constructed using precisely cut and fitted stone blocks, often without mortar, demonstrating an advanced understanding of material properties, load distribution, and seismic resilience. The integration of residential, ceremonial, and agricultural spaces reflects a deliberate design that harmonizes practical functionality, environmental adaptation, and symbolic meaning. The road and transportation networks of the Inca Empire further illustrate their technical ingenuity. The Capac Nan, a vast network of roads spanning over 40,000 kilometers, connected remote mountain settlements, administrative centers, and ceremonial sites across diverse and challenging terrains. Roads incorporated bridges, retaining walls, stairways, and drainage systems, allowing efficient travel, communication, and trade. The construction of these routes required careful surveying, knowledge of materials, and coordination of labor, reflecting a society capable of organizing large-scale infrastructure projects across extreme landscapes. The Capac Nan exemplifies the ability to combine empirical observation, practical engineering, and logistical planning to create enduring, functional networks that integrated society, economy, and governance. Hydraulic engineering was equally sophisticated among Andean civilizations. The Tiwanaku civilization, located near Lake Titicaca, constructed extensive irrigation systems, canals, and raised agricultural fields known as wara-wara to manage water and optimize crop production. These systems demonstrated a precise understanding of water flow, soil fertility, and flood prevention, allowing communities to thrive in regions with highly variable rainfall and challenging soil conditions. Similarly, the Incas engineered reservoirs, aqueducts, and terraced fields to ensure reliable water supply, prevent erosion, and sustain urban populations. The durability and functionality of these hydraulic innovations reflect systematic observation, experimentation, and the application of practical knowledge to meet societal needs. Astronomical and calendrical knowledge was deeply intertwined with architecture and agriculture. Many Andean ceremonial sites, including the Coricancha Temple in Cusco and the Sun Temples of Tiwanaku, were aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial events. These alignments facilitated ritual observances, agricultural planning, and civic organization, illustrating the integration of empirical observation, mathematical calculation, and cultural significance. Knowledge of the sun, moon, and stars was carefully applied to urban design, agricultural cycles, and ceremonial architecture, highlighting a sophisticated understanding of the natural world and its practical applications in societal planning.